Дорогие друзья,
Dear friends, we are glad to welcome you on the opening of the Week of Solidarity of ALLATRA, International Public Movement. It's a good tradition when every year all of us, people from different countries, come together to share experiences and news. All projects of ALLATRA, International Public Movement, exist thanks to the inner choice of each participant, their great commitment and work on themselves.
On such
active actions, people are inspired by the primordial knowledge from the books by Anastasia Novykh and videos with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. This knowledge served as an impetus for real changes in the lives of many people. They give understanding of who is a human being, and what is a real life, what is true love. And I want to express my sincere gratitude for this knowledge and opportunity to act thanks to this. Every person, when encounters with primordial knowledge, he understands that this is what he's been searching for his entire life. It gives the most valuable thing for a human, the possibility to make a choice and become truly alive. Huge thanks to every person who makes a choice and acts, to everyone who overcomes his consciousness, stands up for the light and brings the truth, to everyone who chooses love within themselves and lives by it. Friends, you are true heroes. True heroism is active actions and openly voicing the truth to the whole world. There are no barriers and obstacles to the truth. People take it and carry it in different languages. This truth awakens the world and gives inner freedom, and this is the result. Tremendous inner work of each of you. Thank you so much, friends. And the following words are for true heroes. For you, friends. You are the Knight of Light, a spirit warrior, guided by the inner star and devoted to his dream. You carry the truth in simplicity, and you are an ordinary person, but at the same time, a hero who made his choice. Through the darkness and clouds of all adversity, you walk straight. Your step is firm, although there are times when it's not easy, and then you feel a shroud of fog encircling you, and it may seem to you that you're insignificant and tired, and your inner fire is small, but the spirit cannot be wrong, and the main thing is not to give up. You tell the truth proudly, carry it in your chest with fire. So it may happen that it will become a dawn for the traveler at the night who has been on the road for a long time. He froze and get lost, to run out of strength, and gave up. But suddenly he will see in a distance the beacon of the soul, the fire of love. He will feel the warmth of the fire, and his step will become firmer, and he will come out, leaving the darkness, towards the sun. You see how he went down in the search of dawn. You will be his dawn. A wonderful, sincere hero. After all, you defended your choice. The traveler will light up, sparkle from this bright beauty, from the truth, and from simplicity. And he himself will flash with the light of his inner star, and he will carry the light around the world, and he will light more lights. This is how the choice made inside of you changes destinies. Look yourself, millions are set free, united by love. Lights of love, they always merge into one pure flame, and the world stands until then. We all carry the fire of love inside of us. The one spirit sings above us, flights of boundless joy. The one who chose life lives by inner love. You remember it and keep your inner star inside. Let it shine inside of you, illuminating the world, this and the other one. And your ways may be complex or simple, but all of them are so great when the soul inside shines with light. When you made your choice, when you defend it in front of yourself, then you are a hero in every step. Thank you so much, Taechka, for such a powerful poem. It conveys all the importance of the fact that everyone can do so much to transform this world. Thank you all. That thanks to the primordial knowledge, we make a conscious choice and walk towards the common goal. It's a great blessing to know that despite any external circumstances, the spiritual world is always next to us. Yes, we always feel its great support. The spiritual world loves us very much, and people respond with love.
Igor Mikhailovich, I would like to thank you. Thank you for the knowledge. Thank you for ensuring that humanity has these coordinates of salvation. Thank you for the fact that we, people, see a way out of this labyrinth of all sorts of problems and the doom of the consumerist formats. And on behalf of our viewers, thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the power of spirit, and thank you for believing in people. This is so important because support is indeed extremely valuable.
Yes, indeed, we feel really much this great spiritual support. It gives us a great inspiration to act and strength to move forward. Because when people unite on the basis of primordial knowledge, people can do incredible things. Yes, for each of us, that moment in life when the primordial knowledge came into our life, it will always be special. You want to share this again and again because this is a starting point of a big journey towards real life. Today, we will hear amazing stories of participants of ALLATRA movement from all over the world about how knowledge came into their lives and how it changed them. And right now, with his story, Jonathan Rivat will share with us. Jonathan from Netherlands, as well as his wife, Ksenia Rivat.
Hello, dear friends. So yes, my name is Jonathan. I'm French and living in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. For me, everything started 5 years ago when I made a simple Google search about black holes. I cannot really recall why I was searching for these topics and why I was looking for more information about those black holes. At this time, when I was searching for a topic on internet, usually I would just go to YouTube, where I can find a very nice illustrative video about this topic. And, something easy to digest, not regarding much about the source of this information. This time, strangely, it was different. My search ended up on a PDF, a book, a very long book, as you know, where the first mention about black hole was page 14. While reading this part, I realized how relevant the information was and how easy to read it was, even for such a complex topic. So I became more curious and wonder what this book is all about. I scroll up page 3 to read the description of this book. Set forth fundamental knowledge about the world and the human being. I thought to myself, okay, it seems to be more than just a book about black holes. So then I continue reading. The original of this work is written in the Russian language. The truly cognizing ones read the book ALLATRA only in the original in order to understand not only its primordial meaning, but also the impressive power of the spirit of the truth of this book. Somehow, this sentence very touched me very much, as if only selected people could truly understand this all. But fortunately enough, my wife is Ukrainian, speaking Russian, so I thought that I might just have to ask her for her to help me to understand truly this book. So like if it was a secret key to unlock the truth. It took me a year to first finish the book ALLATRA for the first time. And it was very weird to read it. I fell asleep so many times. Not because about boredom. It was because I was going back to it over and over again. So sometimes it was something else that was slowing me down. So later I understood that it was what it was, and it became my first true realization about how the system was playing its game on me. So not being able to easily take notes on the PDF, I decided to purchase an hard copy to write and record anything that could help me to remember this knowledge. All of the marks, the notes, the comments I made are making me easier now to go back to the book very often on a specific part of the book that I love in order to go back to it. I realize now how deep this book is as everything. I'm going back to it to recognize new pieces of information as if it's an endless source of truth. So from there, I purchased and read all of the other books, all of the series from Anastasia Novykh, the Sensei book, Osmos, and Bird and Stone, and starting watching all of the program from Igor Mikhailovich. So that's really how everything started for me.
Greetings, dear friends. My name is Ksenia. I was born in Ukraine and into a Russian family, and currently I'm Dutch, living in the Netherlands in Amsterdam. For me, it all started when Jonathan started to talk more about ALLATRA. I asked myself, what are those videos he was watching about, and what is the book he's reading? It's such a large book. How come he's interested in Russian author? And who is this Anastasia Novykh, of whom I never heard before? He used to watch so many movies and playing video games, and now it's all about this book and those Russian-speaking people having discussions for hours at the round table. This unusual behavior made me very curious. So I joined my husband to watch programs with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. When watching the discussion, it all made great sense, but it was as if I could not open up enough to realize how profound this knowledge was. It was not information to be taken lightly. It was a clear and priceless knowledge. My consciousness worked hard to keep me away from it. There was always something to distract me and make me forget everything as soon as the program of our discussion ended. It took me about 2 years for the shield for consciousness to finally break and truth reach me. Once we were watching a program about the climate, it's coming. They addressed the issues that immediately resonated with me, and I understood that it was actually the truth. For example, the flow of time, physical time reduction, universal frame. Also, they discussed about the climate change. In this video, they did not scare the viewers, but they warned about what is coming and why it is happening this way. They talked about the true essence of free of charge. Nothing in return but the work on yourself and the love for God. I tried to find myself something suspicious to convince me that it was all fake. For me, the business model didn't make sense at all. I was questioning myself, since when do you offer books for free? Any download format is available with audio records and all in multiple languages. What is the actual return on the investment they're making? The more I watched programs, the more I wanted to join and help them. From that moment, I started actively helping out the volunteers. Watching programs with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov became a true routine to watch and discuss together with my husband. Less and less movie night and more ALLATRA night. Once we even walked out of the cinema after 15 minutes of watching, thinking, what are we doing in the cinema and what are we spending time on? So we went back to watch ALLATRA programs. All of this knowledge from ALLATRA brought us to Kyiv, and during the Agapit Week in 2019, to discover records of the true knowledge preserved in the city, from the St. Sophia Cathedral to the caves of Pechersk Lavra. A true inspiring experience.
Thank you very much.
Anastasia Novykh, Sensei 4. This book reveals many secrets. However, it's nothing in comparison to what is hidden in it.
Each way starts from a step. Each step starts from a wish to go. The one who begins to act from the little might soon come to the great.
Greetings, dear friends.
We would like to send you our love and gratitude. We are so grateful that the knowledge reached us and that we're able to pass it on to the next generation. Thank you very much.
Dear friends from Amsterdam.
Давайте дальше передадим слово. Мы знаем, что у нас на связи сейчас есть.
Let's give the floor further. We now have Uliana from Italy connected to us. Hello everyone, my name is Uliana.
Ma sono originaria di Kiev, di Ucraina.
At first there was such a moment when you know, like you are searching, you are looking for something, and especially you try to start thinking about the meaning of life.
Passavo momenti complicati e soprattutto mi ero posta la
Moreover,
domanda:
if something not quite pleasant happens in your life.
qual è il senso della mia vita?
And so I was searching for an answer to the question, the question of life after death. I found various websites, including those about astral plane, and under one of the videos on such a website, I saw a shortment. People, don't torment yourself, just read the book ALLATRA. Everything is very clearly and precisely written in this book. That's what was written on this comment. And I immediately became interested in what this book was about. I found it online on the internet and started reading right away. Already from the first page, when there is a cry of an angel clad in clothes, I had such a clear understanding that all this is really true. These are very deep lines, and they touched me to the depths of my heart. I was reading this book and couldn't stop. I also read the whole series of Sensei books, and I had no doubts that everything that is written there is true. All the more if I would check with other sources, all the facts are confirmed. As it is said, whoever is looking for will find. So I'm very pleased and very thankful
come si dice, chi cerca trova.
Thankful to that person who wrote this comment under the video, because
queste parole mi hanno
my
cambiato
life
la
changed.
vita. E devo ringraziare quell'uomo che ha lasciato quel commento. E anche vorrei dire
These several words, just several lines, they really true and they really changed my life.
le conoscenze, basta
I continue learning, and the main thing is that I have the guide. It's an incredible gift to all of us.
è cambiata e mi sono grata. Sono
I
grata
greet
che ho incontrato le conoscenze.
everyone, and I wish everyone
E voglio,
not to doubt. I wish
quindi auguro a tutti di
wish
essere
everyone
sinceri.
to share the
E
knowledge.
grazie a tutti.
Even a little comment may be helpful to someone. Thank you very much.
Ja, mein Name ist Anna.
Hello everyone, my name is Anna.
In der Stadt Bremen.
I live in Germany,
Anfang
in Bremen
letzten
city.
Jahres, also 2021,
In the beginning of last year, 2021, I was sent a link to the video about the ninth circle on ALLATRA TV.
Schon das Thema ist schon wirklich sehr
The subject of this video was really shocking, and at the time it wasn't new to me.
sehr beeindruckt
However,
hat,
my attention was more attracted to the three hosts, to the feeling which they radiated.
an deren Haltung.
I really was amazed, and I felt their compassion at the same time without any judgment, despite the harshness of this subject. I felt their love. I didn't see any emotions,
Das Video immer
only
wieder
compassion.
angeschaut und immer wieder diese drei Menschen beobachtet.
I watched this video and rewatched it many times, and I observed those three people, and I saw that in the middle of them on the table there was the book.
Ich habe es vergrößert und da ich ja früher
I made a screenshot. I enlarged the image.
Dass dort stand,
I used to learn to study Russian a little bit in the past. I deciphered that it was written there ALLATRA and Anastasia Novykh. Of course, I started searching further. I was looking for this book, or at least for its name, and I discovered a website of ALLATRA TV. And I found really many videos with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. I watched them. I didn't know at that time who Igor Mikhailovich was and who he is, and I watched almost all of the videos. I literally inhaled this knowledge. I got imbued with them. I just kept watching.
Und ich fühlte mich geführt.
Like this, the previous speaker mentioned that in the same way my search was leading me too. And at some point I came to the official site of the Creative Society project. I found contacts of active participants, and now I am an active participant of the Creative Society project. I received the book Sensei 1. It was just a gift for me. I was really amazed and happy, and this book really touched me, deeply touched me. Everything that I could download among these books, including the ALLATRA book, I downloaded everything, and in it I'm reading are reading it and reading it over and over again.
Das ALLATRA-Buch live. Ich bin sehr glücklich darüber.
And today also I'm reading ALLATRA on TikTok in Germany. I feel really happy.
Dass ich auch heute hier sprechen darf. Es ist
I'm touched that I can speak about this. I can hold a speech today here. It is so wonderful to receive this knowledge. I'm really thankful to all of you. I just lack words. This is wonderful. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Jonathan, Ksenia, for sharing your common story. Thank you for your touching video. Thank you, Liana and Anna. The story of each of you is unique, but all these are paths to one and the same, and it is such a happiness to feel and see everyone, because each person's path is unique. And on this path, we are all in different conditions, but we are making a choice which brings us inner freedom. Yes, indeed. It's such a great honor to live in this time nowadays. Every one of us has an opportunity to gain life and become a part of tremendous light changes. And we are continuing to listen to the stories of people from all over the world. Some of them send their gratitude with really sincere gratitude to us, just like Albina Stoyanova from Bulgaria, our next participant.
Huge thanks. Huge gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich for your patience, for your love, for the knowledge and the light that show us the way where to go. Thanks for being together with us, for teaching us, for support and help each other. Thank you so much. With all my love, I can only say thank you. Huge gratitude. Greetings. My name is Anastasia and I live in Sydney City, Australia. I got familiar with knowledge thanks to my husband, who had listened to the audio version of the book Anastasia Novykh Sensei Primordial of Shambhala Part 1 and decided to share it with me. While listening to the book, we often discussed the interesting points, and together we sorted out if something was not clear. I had a strong interest in the information presented in the book, and we began to look for any continuation of the story. I was impatiently waiting for new releases of books by Anastasia Novykh. When it became possible to purchase a printed edition, we asked our parents to send us books to Australia. Why did the first book touch me so much? My mother loves to read very much, and at home she has a small library in which there are books of various genres, from romance novels to books about poltergeists and archaeological finds. And observing my mother reading, I also wanted to read something, but my attention has always been drawn to books about fantasy, conspiracies, where people come from, and religion. I also watch documentaries about people's abilities. With my mother, we often discussed what is there after the death of the physical body, and in my dreams, I often flew, fell, or ran away from someone. As if before listening to the book Sensei, I had accumulated certain knowledge. which was further extended by knowledge from the book Sensei 1. I also find answers to my inner questions. In the process of listening to the audiobook Sensei 1, I got a feeling that it is mine, that this is exactly the information I was looking for. There was calmness and faith in the information presented. Immediately there was a desire to share this information with others. And that's exactly what we did later on. I can say that work on myself improved the relationship in family and my attitude towards others. It brings me more harmony and more respect for each other, as well as for the freedom of choice of every person. I want to wish everyone to live and be happy. Thank you so much for your attention, and I give the floor further.
Hallo, guten Tag an alle.
Greetings, dear friends. My name is Irina, and I live in Germany. The books by Anastasia Novykh I have read before, probably 10 years ago, and I can say that this is a feeling that I need to do something. It came to me later on that I need to act, and I can confirm that thanks to this, the feeling of freedom came to me. The understanding of that each person has a freedom of choice. When I was reading the books, I definitely felt something that was true and genuine, but I couldn't accept all the things inside myself. I couldn't probably find enough confirmation of this information, and probably even several books I just put aside. But let's say next, waves, so to speak, came to me when we get to know with my husband, we get acquainted, and we start to talk about this as well. When he read the books, we started to understand what was in these books. He haven't read these books before, and I gotta say that our first conversation was based on this information which consists in the books by Anastasia Novykh. We understood each other very well. This particular point, when I felt internally these books, it came a little later. There was such a moment when I was driving, going home from the place I work, and it was a really long journey, and I had an opportunity to go deep into my thoughts somehow, and I was thinking everything was fine in my life, everything was great, but there were some things. I also had interesting profession. I had no financial problems.
Es waren auch keine Verwandte, keine geliebten Menschen von mir, keine gesundheitlichen Probleme. Wir waren viel verreist.
There was no problems with health or family. Everything was basically fine.
Und ich habe dann eine Frage gestellt. Das ist alles da,
was I asked myself a question. Is this all that can be achieved? Everything you're striving for in your life? Maybe in the future it will be somehow different. Maybe it will be worse. Some problems will arise. And this kind of state, the question appeared.
war eben nicht da.
What is the state of happiness?
Und genau das habe ich nicht gespürt,
The state I had, even though I had everything, I didn't feel the state of happiness. Consciousness was telling me everything is fine, everything is great, but something was telling me that it's not really so. I understood that something was missing, that I can't just cease to exist until I will do something really important. And those opportunities that I had in the books by Anastasia Novykh, they gave me a meaning and gave me a feeling of joy and happiness. I remembered that I was in this state of happiness while I was reading the books, and that's why I decided to read them again. To read again sources and compare facts, and when I was reading the books, I understood that I need to act as well. So after reading the books again, I helped in the projects and without a feeling that I waste my time or life, and I help further. So thank you so much.
Лена, Анастасия, спасибо вам огромное за то, что поделились вашими...
Thank you so much, Albina, Anastasia. Thank you so much for sharing your stories, and they are really touch. And thank you so much for your choice. Thank you for these beautiful stories of your transformation and victories. These examples inspire really much. Yes, this is truly so, and thanks to the knowledge, everyone's life has been transformed, and sometimes there are not even enough words to express the gratitude. In this case, music comes to the rescue. The participants from the Czech Republic and Slovakia express their gratitude with a song. Let's listen to it.
Děkuji ti, Pane, za lásku, která plane. Děkuji ti, Bože, za ten krásný den. Děkuji ti, Pane, za slunce, které stane.
Díky, Bože, tobě, že v tobě stále jsem.
Hello everyone, greetings. We greet you on this holiday, on this day of solidarity. Can you hear me well? Greetings. Can we say a couple of words about this wonderful, warm, cordial song? Such a tremendous work has been done. We were dancing and singing to your tune. Thank you very much for this song. Dear friends, I don't even, not even knowing the words, you still feel and understand everything. There is one little quote from this song. Thank you, although the words are not enough to express my gratitude for the opportunity to gain victory over myself, to become a human from the capital letter H. Today, thanks to the knowledge, the light is arising over the world. Together, people are in God's embrace, will bring peace to the whole planet. And again, thank you very much for such a wonderful creative work. And now we go further to Dinara's story. It's Dinara Isabekova from Kyrgyzstan. Hello, Dinara.
Мы вас не слышим, Динара. Здравствуйте.
We cannot hear you right now. Greetings. Can you hear me now? Yes, now we do. Hello, everyone. Greetings to you. We wish you happy Solidarity Day. My story was with this upsurge in 2010. I understood it later. It was actually in a public place where there were many people. There was kind of humid with bad smells around. I wasn't in the best mood. I was kind of annoyed and mixed with some anxiety, and at that moment something was happening inside my chest, and in a certain time I was in such a wonderful state, in such peace and such calmness, calm joy, and I even looked at all those people with different eyes. I could say I loved all them. So I had such an easiness, lightness. I even almost didn't hear my body. My voice changed. It became so soft and cordial. But at the same time, consciousness was asking, what's happening to me? What is this? At the same time, it was so wonderful for me to be in this state. I felt so great. And it lasted for about 10 or 15 minutes, and then it disappeared. After that, I can say my search started. I always wanted to come back to this state, to this wonderful calmness and peace and joy. But nothing helped me. I started reading a lot of literature. I was looking for answers to my questions. And in this, my friend helped me. She advised me that there is such a book as ALLATRA, and she recommended me other books by Anastasia Novykh, including Sensei. When I read all the series of these books, I read it so fast and I was so pleased that I liked it so much. I found answers to absolutely all of my questions, and I understood what happened to me then. It was an inner search. I thank the spiritual world for this tremendous gift. I really felt a little piece of ALLATRA inside myself, this happiness, this love and peace. Thank you very much. Thanks to the spiritual world. Thanks to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov for his knowledge, for his kindness, for his care about us, for his patience. Tremendous thanks for such a chance of salvation. Great, many great thanks. Thank you very much. I give the floor to the next speaker. Thank you very much for...
Hello. I'm very glad to welcome you all today. My story starts from that since childhood I've been interested in personal development, how to find oneself. And the answer for this question I found in the course of my life. Study, work, family. It's a lot of time has arrived in such a delay. Last year, in January, I came to such life circumstances that I realized this and asked this question: how can it be for so long time? And what is the answer to the question, who am I? I started looking for relevant information on the internet about the soul, how to contact it, about meditations, who am I? There are really a lot of information on this topic. When I started this, I understand that something is wrong in this or that information. But then I opened in YouTube on my phone and just typed, what is the soul? And the fifth video on this list, I saw a picture of the soul from the book ALLATRA. After viewing it, I realized that that's exactly what I need. And I really like it a lot. I downloaded the ALLATRA book and started reading it. I didn't understand much information, but I started following the links, went to the Creative Society website and read everything. It was really very interesting for me. It was really amazing. I was just very, very surprised. I left my contacts and joined. And sometime I was contacted. I get to know that in Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan there are also guys who are already participating in Creative Society project and are familiar with the knowledge. And girl Ksenia contacted me. She found out on what stage am I, like what stage, what this acquaintance with the knowledge. I told her like that, yes, I really read all the books of Anastasia Novykh and really like everything, and I found the answer to this question, who am I? And my life changed dramatically when I became a different person. Before the knowledge, I look to the world like through really a small crack, but now I see everything differently. Now I feel love, happiness, bliss, and I experience great, huge love and gratitude to the spiritual world. I get acquainted with the knowledge. I know about it and I'm very happy and thankful for this. Thanks to it, everything changed in my life, and I would like to thank all the guys who distribute, spread this information, share it. Thanks to you, I get acquainted about it. I found it, and I want to express like sincere, many thanks to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. Thank you for the chance. Thank you for everything. I love you all.
Thank you very much, Dinara and Oskar. Indeed, every person's choice releases millions of people around the globe. At these moments of choice, every person is a hero who supports and defends light. Yes, thanks to the knowledge and the videos with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, many of us have discovered what is real life. And there are wonderful words in the video, not for everyone, with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich.
They feel that they live.
Right.
That's the most important thing.
And tell me, my friends, what can be more valuable than this inner connection, than true, sincere love, than life, an inner peace? Peace. Not just peace, but peace in love, in infinity. What can be more wonderful when spiritual practice really takes place, After all, spiritual practice does not necessarily mean to stand on one's knees, to hit the floor with one's forehead, to light a lot of candles and mumble nobody knows what. Spiritual practice is an open heart. It's a wide open gate of the soul, of one person before another. And when God is with us, that's exactly what spiritual practice is. When God's love is in you, that's what spiritual practice is. And when you direct your entire love, true love, not to what is external, but directed inside, and you feel how this flame revives in you with new power, when it increases to such an extent that you want to embrace the whole world, when even in the one who is the enemy of all humankind, you feel an unprotected personality and the unfulfilled angel, and you feel sorry for him. That's what practice is. And not window dressing, outward show and theatricality. Right? Everything is simple, friends. Genuine, true love. A person's love for God. A child's love for his Creator. Only this love can revive what our consciousness cannot comprehend. Yet love can create what is immortal from what is mortal. From merely a fantasy, it can really create a part of the spiritual world. This is wonderful, friends, and this is worth fighting for. Isn't it? What can be stronger than this feeling? What can you compare it to?
Greetings, dear friends. My name is Elena and I'm from Kyrgyzia. I would like to share my experience how I get acquainted with knowledge. As all the rest of people, I was concerned with the questions about the meaning of my life. If there is life after death, I was reading about a lot of literature, studying the Bible. But I was thinking that it's not clear for me. I don't understand anything, even though I go to the church, put candles, and that the Lord sent me something if I deserve this. The years have passed, nothing changed. And once an acquaintance of mine sent me the video, Freedom from Base Dictatorship Within Myself. When I started to watch the video, I immediately understood what Igor Mikhailovich was talking about, and I knew that it's true. He was saying by simple, accessible language something which I couldn't understand before, that everything is inside of me and everything is so simple, that only I am responsible for my life. I subscribed to ALLATRA TV channel, started to watch all the videos with Igor Mikhailovich. I started to listen books, and I wanted to share it with everyone about the videos, about the books, about Igor Mikhailovich. I started to understand the Bible. The answers began to come to me, answers to my questions. And since the summer of the 2021, I joined the Creative Society project. I had a call with Natalia, and we had a really warm conversation when I was going home. Then Ksenia contacted me, and when I returned home, I met wonderful guys, like-minded people who share and give love, kindness, and this is so joyful to meet the relatives, soulmates. I'm so grateful, and especially to Igor Mikhailovich, for the knowledge, for love, for kindness and chance to gain life. Friends, I congratulate you all with this week of Holy Week, and I give the floor to Angelika. Greetings, my name is Angelika. I'm from Kyrgyzstan. I would like first of all to thank all the guys who participate in building creative society, and I want to express my sincere gratitude to the spiritual world that it doesn't leave us behind, but always helps us and supports us. This felt so strong during the day, and I get in touch with knowledge when I read books. I was recommended books by one of the close person. He also read these books. I was reading them for a long time. At first I read the books and I didn't understand what is written there. I had to read it again, 2-3 times. But when I watched the video, Consciousness and Personality from the Inevitably Dead to Eternally Alive, with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, at that moment, such grace came on me. It's like the veil and the anxiety disappeared, and I felt such love to everyone around me. People around me changed. I began to look at the world with a completely different eye. Everything became so bright. Before it was so gray and dark, and it started to be in completely different colors. I'm really grateful for each person whom I met on my way. They all taught me something, and this is really nice when you have like-minded people who understand you right away. You may share with them and you understand that no one will judge you. And when I acquainted with knowledge from Kyrgyzstan, from our group, I started to have more opportunities to reveal the system, and in this way the work on oneself takes place. That's why I'm so grateful for everyone, to all the everyone, and to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov in the first place. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, Yelena, Angelica. Thank you for your sincerity, for your deep understanding, and for the fact that you share it so openly. We live right now in such a unique time, and I would like to read the quote from a video which we will watch right now. We are given the primordial knowledge as the grains of truth in the field, and we are these friendly sprouts, strive for the life and from the system, from captivity. I lived as I lived, an ordinary human, but I've been asking different questions. What is the meaning of life? Is my life long? I've been looking for someone to ask. And one day, in life of each of us, knowledge of the soul of God comes. And if you understood that it's important, so take the right path. You can choose a straight path, or you can go through the woods, through the bumpy ground, but the most important for you to come home. You can choose a path that is straight. You can choose a path that is bogged down and come to God. The knowledge that we have been given are grains of truth sown in the field. We as the sprouts, we strive for the light, out of the system, out of captivity. I am a human, and I have a dual nature. There is an angel and a beast inside of me, and from my personal inner work on myself depends who of them is the strongest. The spiritual world helps us all the time. There are no locks, bolts or doors. Here is every human is being let in, and there is no entrance except for beasts. ALLATRA, you have united all of us. We are a friendly family and we are shown the way. How can we express the words of gratitude that overflows our hearts? Igor Mikhailovich, we thank you for the knowledge, patience and care. We treasure every word you say, and this is priceless contribution to spiritual freedom. Thank you for your support, for your love, for videos, for projects, for ideas. We learn how to work on oneself. We put in our consciousness on a leash, going towards salvation. Anastasia, we thank you so much for the books that you gave to the world for each of us. It's a springboard. They have exposed the system in front of us. Sweet girls, birds of heaven, you bring God's grace into the world. You are the true heroes of the unknown. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you to the Anunnaki, and especially to Жанна, for believing in us. With your support and your efforts, we know we have a chance to save the planet from terrible events, to build a paradise on Earth. We're one step away from important discoveries, a creative society, and we're all happy.
Hi, my name is Ricky, and I wrote a speech, which I'm going to follow by. My name is Ricky. I'm originally from the United States. I've been living in Mexico for the past 14 years. I'm a small business owner of a laundry. How did I come across the knowledge? Well, I didn't. The knowledge came to me. I saw the ALLATRA book on Facebook, and the first time I saw it, I passed it. The second time was a couple of days later, and I said to myself, how did this get on my page? And mind you, at this time, I was not connected to ALLATRA or the Creative Society, and I promised my husband that I would stay away from anything religious because I had already been through them and I was still lost. Little did I know it wasn't religious. Later, I would discover it is the essence of the teachings of times lost due to corrupt minds of people. Then 2 or 3 days later, I saw the book again, and this time I clicked the link. It took me to the ALLATRA website. As I was on the website, I scrolled down, as I do anything, and I saw the other books written by Anastasia. So I started to read the ALLATRA book. And even though I'm not into physics, my attention was drawn in when it was speaking about black holes. At this point, I don't know much about consciousness, and I was reading with consciousness, and I did it with all the books for the first time that I read them and watched the videos. During the time of a few days, I was watching the videos with Igor Mikhailovich. And the first videos I saw was the Ninth Circle and the elite in the search of immortality. At this point, I was completely drawn in because not only was the truth being told in the books, but also in the videos. When I started to learn more about consciousness, I realized that I haven't lived, but it has been living me. At this time, it was time to do something about it. It has brought me out of a dark place, and none of us should be in or have to endure. This has been the hardest struggle of my life, to tame something that has had control over my life for a long time. But it is worth the battle. As Igor says, the harder the battle, the more worthy the entry. During this period, I started to watch the videos with the Creative Society and started to pay attention to what they were saying about the climate. Even though I wanted to do something, I let consciousness control me and I waited. I did join, but I didn't press the one that said participate. A little while passed and I finally got over what consciousness had been trying to do, which was control me. Sorry. Even though the battle wasn't over, the goal is well worth it. To live in a society where there are smiles on people's faces, beautiful children growing up without stressful parents, struggling to survive and keep their head above water. A society where there is no more hunger, homeless, and starving children and tyrants stealing the beauty of life from all of us. This is why taking the responsibility is important to make sure the creative society comes into fruition. I am grateful to know the truth is here, and I'm grateful to know that millions of us know this now. And I'm grateful to Igor and Jana, Tatiana, and all the team that has brought this knowledge out to everyone. And like I said, it is a battle, and believe me, it's well worth it. And it's hard to fight, but I can tell you, delving into it every day and practices and meditation, it is well worth it. You do overcome it. It's only a temporary thing. It comes, but it goes. And I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful to be here on Solidarity Week. I'm grateful to be invited. And I'm grateful to see all the faces here, all the joy and the love that ALLATRA spreads. And I'm grateful to see, being a part of Creative Society, that we are growing and it's growing quickly. I'm hoping that people make the decision soon, as for time is running out. But all in all, the spread of love into the world is the most important thing, and working on ourselves is the key. I'm just truly grateful. It's a miracle. It's a miracle that is here during our time. And I was telling my husband that I hope it would come during our time. And sure enough, little did I know it was here. And but I'm grateful. I truly, truly am. And the love is immense. The gratitude is immense, and yeah, that's what I wanted to say. And like I said, I'm grateful to be here during Solidarity Week with all these beautiful people and our family and friends. Thank you.
Ricky, thank you so much. Thank you for your story, for your choice, for your decision, and for your internal victory, and for your action. Also, I would like to pay my gratitude from the bottom of my heart to all of the participants of the ALLATRA movement for sharing this wonderful video that we saw previously. And I think that this video is one of the examples of our internal light that we have, that lights up on the inside, and we spread it further. And this can be done only with a huge internal love and a big gratitude for that. Friends, you are true heroes, all of you. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. And right now we would like to pass the floor to the next speaker, Victoria. Hello everyone, friends. I'm very happy to see all of you, and a huge gratitude and happiness fulfills me. I would like to share my story that I had a pretty hard situation long time ago. I had to leave my home and my country, and I started asking questions like, how did it happen? And before I started asking the main question, what for, like why this happened in my life, nothing happened. So as soon as I started asking myself this question, the answers came. And at that time I started reading a lot of articles and books on that topic, but there still were no answers to this question. And I was finishing reading one of the books, and I happened to find a thought that this book was not what I expected, and I downloaded a different book with the word ALLATRA. And recently, like, I saw a commercial on the Instagram or something about the ALLATRA, and one of my friends said that, there are no consequences in life. So if you downloaded this book, it means that this is yours. You have to read it. So probably it's better to start reading sensei books, and this is what I did. And this was
like a really important step for me. And this book, the knowledge that I obtained, to be honest, they changed my life completely. They filled my life with a completely different meaning. So thank you so much.
Hello. Hello, Namaste from India.
Hello, Vibhu. We are hearing you.
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah. Namaste from India. I'm Vibhu, an entrepreneur and a spiritual researcher. I'm glad to speak to you, all of you today. This global event is an effort towards building a better creative society. I think this united global approach is going to give fruitful results in the coming days. I was in the quest for knowledge about quantum physics. In that quest, I found primordial ALLATRA physics. After reading that book, I felt like this is an essential scientific approach understanding spiritual reality. Later, I connected with the ALLATRA team and I read a lot of content created by ALLATRA. And the Novyk's book series is wonderful, and it gives in each and every page it talks about the universal secrets and all the books written by the author. It's like a complete package of spiritual journey for a beginner who can go through it and he can connect to it and he can implement many more things in life, and it's like a self-transformation journey. And I'm very much interested in ALLATRA experiments like pyramid experiments and zero gravity. All these things can change human perspective about what they have learned in the education system. It has such a potential. Personally, I'm very much impressed with the artificial consciousness project done by XP Energy. It's mind-blowing. I have dreamed to experience artificial consciousness once in my lifetime. And I'm looking for more pure scientific knowledge from ALLATRA in future also. And I'm happy to connect with the ALLATRA team. I support all projects initiated by ALLATRA, and I thank you all for this opportunity to express my words. Thank you all.
Здравейте, приятели! Казвам се Владимир Иванов.
Hello, dear friends. My name is Vladimir Ivanov. I'm from Varna, Bulgaria. How did I get acquainted with knowledge? By chance. But there is nothing accidental in the universe, and if things that happen to us, we don't understand them, we just don't see the whole picture. So when I was 33 years old, I had a very dynamic, successful business life. But I thought about it and said to myself, I have reached the age of the Christ, and for me, nothing in the spiritual way is developed. Life went on. I was 40 years old. I thought Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him, received knowledge from the Archangel Gabriel at this age. And what's for me? Nothing. And exactly one day after my 40th birthday, I accidentally came across an advertisement on Facebook about the ALLATRA book. I read it, was fascinated by the information, and then just at the same breath, I read all other books by Anastasia Novykh. And I was really touched. even shocked by the bottom of my soul on the invisible level as I now begin to live, right? I discovered the meaning of life and so many truths that radically and forever changed my worldview, understanding, values. I would like to thank to God, to the spiritual world, to you, Igor Mikhailovich, for the knowledge you brought back to our planet. Thank you for your kindness and for everything you do to the whole world, for us as humanity, and us as individuals who have a soul. But we lost our way, and now we try to find ourselves again. Thank you for your care and patience, and thank you for your faith in us, and for that good that we have inside, for the light that can win and will overcome the animal part in us. Thank you for everything, and thank you also to all my friends and the participants of the ALLATRA IPM around the world with whom we do good things, good deeds together. And we're really one big family based on the best human qualities. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to all of you with whom we passed away. And let us do good together, love God and love each other around the world so that we can do God's will. Thank you. Thank you, Victoria, Viphu, and Vladimir. Thank you so much for your sincere stories. Thank you for sharing that. And you know, after such stories, after hearing them, on the inside, you understand how much every person can do when he or she feels the internal strength. And indeed, at every moment he becomes a hero because he can do so much. Thank you so much, everyone. And how wonderful it is when the light of truth lights up on the inside of the person. And this is the example of true heroism. And every person who understood this light is the carrier of this light. This is the quote from the book by Anastasia Novykh, Sensei the Fourth. And let's watch the video of Olga from Belgium.
If people want to see the light, they not only perceive its purity, but transmit it to other people. And with each new splash of light, there is less darkness in the world. If a human sees the light but quenches it, the darkness extends its territory. Everybody who took the light becomes its barrier, and only the personal choice of a human determines how much light will be there around him, and in general in the whole world. An enormous gratitude to those people who, in their time, made the choice to bring even more light into this world through these books. A tremendous gratefulness to the spiritual world, which constantly supports us on our way, sending more and more rays. If you at least somehow directed to them, you open at least a little slit. And enormous gratefulness to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov for the support that he gives us with each program, with each word, which has a depth which is often difficult to perceive after a single listen. And only when you really open yourself up, you discover the depth. Greetings, dear friends. My name is Oksana. I am a participant of the Israeli team, and I would like to share my experience in getting acquainted with the knowledge and with the ALLATRA movement. It happened about 2 years ago, during isolation time, when all the world was in the beginning of the pandemic. Then many people had time to stop in their hectic movement, and I also got the time and to start thinking of what is happening in this world and to look for answers to my questions. And at one point, I saw a video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, Jana and Tatiana. It was a video about the ninth circle. The information was very hard. I heard about it from some other sources, and I saw the video, and of course my consciousness at that time did not trust these people. I didn't understand who these people were, and I continued watching, and suddenly I understood the tears on my face, and these tears were not from the information I heard, but tears from my deep level. They were deep. They were tears of my soul who was crying from happiness because it felt that it found that it was longing for so much time. And of course, my life has changed after touching this knowledge. And with ALLATRA, I found a team in Israel, a team of guys who supported me, inspired me. And a year later, I understood that I couldn't stay aside and be just a passive participant. And I actively started to participate in some projects. And I want to express my deep gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, all ALLATRA participants, all people for their love, for their support, and for the chance for all of us for life. Thank you very much, and congratulations with the holiday.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья. Меня зовут Иван.
Hello, dear friends. My name is Van. My acquaintance with the knowledge began with the fact that at the age of 12, I wondered about the meaning of life and why I am in this world. And after these questions, at the age of 13, my father became interested in reading and invited me, and I found in his bookshelf a book on sale. I don't know why, but I found exactly this book is very interesting, and I read it in 2 days. And then I was interested in this book more and more, and I started to read all the books on sale, Crossroads, As Osmos, and even book ALLATRA. And after that, I have no even any doubts about that. Everything about this is true. It is truth. And I started to work on myself, start to observe myself. I figure out all these negative things that I had. And after some time, I start to feel this inner love and happiness. And one more, I put attention from negative to positive, then more and more love there is. And after then, I contacted with the participants of the international movement, and I moved to Chelyabinsk, and consciousness take me away from participation. But now, when I started acting from the inner feeling, I have this constant need for the service. I have this need to be in love constantly, and nothing material can distract me from it. And over time, I can feel more and more. I gain this understanding how it, and I would like to express my deep gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich for that he renewed knowledge, for his patience and love. And of course, I would like to thank you all that you are here, that you are. Thank you, dear friends.
Антон, вас не слышно. Проверьте, пожалуйста, свой звук.
Anton, we cannot hear you. Could you please check your sound? Hello?
Hello, my name is Anton, I'm from Latvia. I want to share how I came to the knowledge. I'm a Catholic myself, and after some time became interested in Buddhism. It was a time when I just in internet found a video YouTube Alone Together, and the guy and girl were talking about meditation, and I liked that. After that program, I came across ALLATRA TV website, but was nothing interested for me at that time, and I stopped on the book Sensei. I downloaded an ebook and started reading it. I didn't finish, and I didn't finish, and that was when by the time the guys came across to the first class, and so I thought it maybe just like adventure.
Просим прощения, у вас что-то, какие-то перебои со звуком.
Anton, you're having some issues with the sound. Could you please double check your device?
Вроде нету, вроде все в порядке.
Сейчас хорошо, спасибо.
Сейчас хорошо слышно.
Now we hear you very well.
Can I speak further?
Ну, одним словом.
So, in one word, I haven't finished the book, and it was for the reason that my religion, Buddhism, it was said that you don't need to like read other literature because it can be dangerous and it's just a waste of time. And one guy, like Ivan, he invited me to talk to watch a video, and I have also a lot of questions, and he can answer me that time. He was able to answer. It was just interesting how the person can have such communication, and a knowledge is not about like secret knowledge, but I just have like more and more questions. We started to communicate. It was very strange, that because everything that he said at the moment I already know from different sources, and it was actually confused me but interested at the same time. And Ivan shared for the links with films, videos, conferences, with audiobooks, and etc. And I already read it for a lot of time, and I just decided, so I just will study it all, and then will decide for myself whether I really need it or not. And I just started to listen an audiobook when I'm driving, and I just started listening to ALLATRA of Anastasia Novykh and other books that were available at that time, because they were just like in the process of translation and so on. And I was really pleasantly shocked. And it was such a pleasant emotion because I found out so much. It was such internal uplift, such a delight, inner delight, and all this doubt that I had from the fear that we just went away. And the first thing that the first thought that I came to me that even if Ivan didn't wrote me as to many as this newsletter to all of his friends, I didn't even know about it. And the second thing, that if I haven't the knowledge of Catholicism and Buddhism at the time, I didn't even understand the book ALLATRA, and I will be just left with nothing. And I'm really grateful to Ivan that he made this, that he sent message to all of his friends. And I'm grateful for everyone, and for the support of all, because I have doubts. I left and turned in another way from the knowledge, and then came again, and it was. I'm really grateful to all the guys who are doing such. Who sends messages to all of them friends and talking about that, and because such a moment, such a small moments can really change a lot in person's life, and many thanks to all.
Thank you very much, Anton, and it is so great that you joined us. It's we have your wonderful landscape behind you. Thank you, Ivan, Oksana, and Olga for such touching videos. And everyone has their own way, but these grains of knowledge, they unite all of us, no matter where we are from, and no matter what different ways we had, these grains unite us. Thank you very much for sharing your stories. They are very inspiring. And each of us is a carrier of the eternal flame of life. And the sense is to live by this fire inside, share it and carry it further. And let us now watch an excerpt from the...
Знаете, я боюсь спугнуть, но по моей информации санкции не будут носить тот сокрушающий характер, которым грозятся некоторые авторы. Ограничится все
Spiritual development is to share this inner fire with others, so that life in another person would increase, so that this life would multiply, and to carry this fire of grace further, this real, true, holy fire from soul to soul, from person to person.
That's where the very idea of the holy fire originated, right?
Right.
It is that fire which ignites in a person. It doesn't burn. And when you share it, it doesn't burn another person either.
Yes, the eternal fire, true fire.
The unquenchable fire. And that's the entire essence of human life, exactly to preserve this fire so that it doesn't go out. That's how it should be.
Спасибо большое. А дальше мы...
Thank you very much. And further on, we give the floor to Wilkins from Florida, the USA. Hello, Wilkins.
Hello, friends. My name is Wilkins, and I'd like to share how I found the ALLATRA knowledge. It came to me after having a strong feeling to search for deeper meaning in life. It seemed to me that what we've been giving as our reality, as our history, our humanity, it just didn't add up. There's so much struggle and conflict in the world, and that same struggle was within myself, and it was really affecting my sense of happiness, as well as creating conflict with the ones closest to me. This is not to say that my life was all bad. I had very beautiful experiences, and very grateful to have things in life to be very grateful for. But it was obvious to me that we weren't being given the complete truth in order to live a happy and joyful life. So I started opening my mind to different ideas. What led to my first experience with the ALLATRA knowledge was being interested in generally a more holistic approach towards healing the mind and the body, among many other topics. I was reading books and watching videos on YouTube about chakra healing, mindfulness techniques, meditation, and different yoga practices, and Eastern philosophies in general. And thanks to the very YouTube algorithm, a video came on my feed about the human energy structure, and I found it very interesting. In the video, it talked about consciousness and personality, the soul, zones of essences, multidimensionality, which all kind of loosely fit with all the research I had been doing. It wasn't immediate, but sometime later, maybe several weeks or even months, I came back to that video wanting to dig a little deeper And that's where I found ALLATRA TV. There, I started watching videos with Igor Mikhailovich and became captivated by his words. I remember at first thinking to myself, well, who is this guy? Some of what he's saying sounds weird, but very interesting too. I didn't really understand the concept of consciousness and personality from that perspective. But thanks to the energy structure video, I could at least visualize it somewhat, what he was saying, which was profound for me. And it helped me to understand better as I watched other videos with his participation and read the books by Anastasia Novykh. And there's where it all started. I don't remember the very first video I watched with Igor Mikhailovich, but my favorite one is Freedom from the Beast Dictatorship Within Yourself. The most aspirational moment in that conversation is when he's explaining the very first steps in overcoming consciousness and giving simple examples to use to establish ourselves on the spiritual path. I really like how he explains in a way that's understandable the path of service and how to recognize the angel within ourselves and how to stand against the nonsense that's imposed on us. I can also relate to that very inner aspiration that's mentioned when people feel and share from their heart. That really resonated with me, and I participate in creative society projects for that very reason. So I would like to express sincere thanks and gratitude to all the participants of the ALLATRA International Public Movement. This really is good in action. Thanks again, friends.
Спасибо огромное, Wilkins.
Thank you very much, Wilkins. Thank you for your story.
Так интересно.
And it is so interesting and it is so touching the way, as you said about Igor Mikhailovich, that exactly he and his words and the truth coming from him became a push for you to act. And it's very touching and inspiring. Thank you very much for your story. Thank you. Thank you to you all, our friends, for your constant strive for light, kindness, and unity. You are real heroes. And we want to inform you with pleasure that Solidarity Week has just begun. And during the 6 days, we are going to exchange stories and news. And we would like to announce the stories that are going to be during the 6 days. On the 26th, we will know about the news. On the 27th, there will be the broadcast about the preparation for the forum where people will want to live. The 28th, the topic of our broadcast is the climate, the time for the truth, consolidation of the humanity. On the 1st of March, there will be an inspiring concert where all the participants around the world will show their art. On the 2nd of March, there will be a broadcast devoted to the kaleidoscope of facts. On the 3rd of March, there will be personal experience, how to become a hero. Join our broadcast and share your experience. And further on, we are going to listen to the story of Irina Titkova from Italy. Greetings. My name is Irina. I live in Italy. Several years ago, when I was a participant of one religious organization, I found books of Anastasia Novykh from my brother. I read them and I felt that the information in these books is truthful, but I had some doubts. And I also started to watch videos with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. It was very interesting for me to watch the videos with Igor Mikhailovich because he told the information about work on yourself in a very simple way and very clearly. And for me, it was a discovery, because when I compared this knowledge with that religious organization whose participant I was at that time, I was asking myself, why it is so hard, is so complicated. And I continued to investigate, to watch videos, and most of all, I remember the video Freedom from the Beast Inside You and the video live. And I returned to the video live very many times, rewatched it, and in some difficult points in my life when I couldn't feel, then I returned to this video. And also, in social net, I got acquainted with many participants of the ALLATRA movement, and their sincerity and openness inspired me. The way they shared knowledge, how they interacted with each other, very friendly, very joyfully. I would like to say thank you to Igor Mikhailovich that he shares this information with all of us, that he is in a very simple way and in a very simple language explains quite hard things. And I also want to say thank you to all guys for their support, for their help, for their friendliness, for that they did not left me during the time of misunderstandings, some hard moments. And I also would like to say thank you to the spiritual world that these books came to me at a very important time, and that I got this knowledge, and my life became much more interesting, much more exciting, and I'm very, very happy. Thank you.
Эрика, здравствуйте. Мы с удовольствием
Erica, hello. We are listening to you carefully.
Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias. Hola, amigos.
Thank you. Hello, dear friends. Today I would like to share with you how I met with ALLATRA knowledge. Since my early childhood, I had many questions about my existence, my purpose, meaning of life, and what my destiny would be after the death of the physical body. I was very well aware that death could come at any moment of your life, and I wanted to share that. Wanted to know what happened next. I cared about the universe. I wanted to know if there is life elsewhere, because I felt that we are not alone. I had a difficult adolescence because the questions in my head, instead of increased and became deeper and more difficult to explain. I was looking for answers in different books. I was talking to teachers, professors, friends, relatives, and I was searching for answers in different religions. I was reading many books that the people were recommending to me, but there was always something that resonated with me and a great desire to. But I always had a great desire to find the truth. I knew there was something more. A long time had passed, and I could say that I had total confusion. Already at more mature age, when I already had a great experience in the material world, ALLATRA knowledge came to me. One day, my husband told me about this book. He shared the book with me in PDF format and showed me the official channel of the movement. In the beginning, when I started to read the book, I didn't quite understand what was said. I came to the conclusion that it was just another book out of many other books that I was reading. One afternoon, I was curious and started watching a video with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. And here something unique and very interesting happened. And it was really interesting. I was listening like I was listening to a very close person, as if we knew each other all of our lives. It wasn't just a video. I felt if he could see right through me, and I see him. And the feelings inside, it's like when your mother kisses you goodnight, or as if on the coldest day, a ray of sunlight falls on your skin. From that moment on, all my doubts, all my fears disappeared. I felt that the emptiness that I had accompanied me all the time was remembered, and like I entered pure water. And I didn't want to let it go anymore. Now I continued reading books by Anastasia Novykh, and I was reading her biography because I found the truth in her books. The answers to all the questions I had all my life. I found true knowledge that helped me in my spiritual development. Without a doubt, ALLATRA has changed my life. And I'm really grateful to all of you, and especially Igor Mikhailovich. Huge gratitude.
Источник знаний пробудил живой родник во мне. Награда Божья бесценная, святая благодать. Я раньше внешним жил и только был вовне. Теперь мой мир внутри.
The source of knowledge has awakened a living spring in me, God's priceless reward, holy grace. And before I lived outside and only was outside, now my world is inside and joy. Now from the world take and give. Transfiguration is given to us like a gift from heaven. Love and gratitude that lifts us up like two wings. It's getting clearer every day from the reflection, looking without more and more like a key. ALLATRA is the eternal, divine and sacred call from eternity. An arrow flies through billions of stars and years, as a shield and sword, as the truth of a holy whale. For spiritual travelers, it is the mainstay of all victories. In my chest, the warm, happy wind began to play again. More and more often I breathed his wisdom, his thirst, again and again. He found a home in me because I called him for so long and waited, and yet to saving wings as a gift.
Thank you very much, Victor, for such an important poem, which is full of such important information. And thank you, Erika and Irina, for your such touching stories. Thank you very much. And now we would like to pass the floor to Elena Khan from Korea.
Здравствуйте.
Hello, my name is Selena. I got acquainted with ALLATRA about a year and a half ago when a good friend of mine, a huge thank you to her, gave me a book written by Anastasia Novykh, Sensei the First. I put it off for a long time until I had a free time, and I read it excitedly. Although the information was given in an allegorical form, but the feeling was that it was some kind of important true and knowledge, and the questions that I constantly asked myself somehow, the questions about the universe became answered by this book. At that time, I was working very hard, and I was listening to the book in audio format. And by the way, thank you so much to everyone who made it available and who made the access to these important files for free. And I began to think even more deeply about the meaning of my existence, and I kept looking further. And then I met a like-minded person. She turned out to be the same person who introduced me to the programs and videos with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. And thanks to them, I started learning my nature even more deeply, and I understood that the feelings cannot be deceived. And by that time, I got acquainted with the participants of ALLATRA from Korea, and I began to participate in the projects. I learned a lot, and thank you so much to everyone for their active position and for their courage, and they are real examples of real people, and we're united by the primordial knowledge. And thank you so much for this chance. And as Erica said, this emptiness that I had on the inside, it just disappears when you touch upon the knowledge. Thank you so much, everyone.
Ciao a tutti, sono Adriatic. Oggi farò vedere come sono venuto alla conoscenza del libro ALLATRA. Praticamente questo libro l'ho conosciuto.
Hello everyone, my name is Andreatic, and today I'm going to tell you how I found out about the book ALLATRA. I got to know this book practically on social networks, on Facebook. Once I watched a film with Igor Mikhailovich, I liked this moment when he says to Жанна, blink. I was petrified. Then, while it was going on, he talked about a book with a symbol. It was a circle in a scent. And I became very curious about this book, the book of ALLATRA. Mostly, I was very attracted to the way he spoke. So calmly. It seemed incredible and impossible to me. How to express it? Well, I've never seen a person talk like that. Then I downloaded the book and started reading slowly, although I didn't understand much at first. As I progressed, I saw that things were changing. The farther I went there, I saw tears come to my eyes, beautiful feelings I had never experienced in my life. The further I read, the more those feelings intensified. It really is a very important book. I was very, very impressed. When somebody reads a book for the first time, it kind of gives you some incredible ideas, and then you read it again. So I did it. I read this book twice. It was a very important book for humanity. In fact, I invite everyone to get to know this wonderful book so that everyone can read it. It was meaningful, very fundamental. I don't know how to express it because it's very difficult in human language to find the words to say everything I feel. It's difficult. And you can only have, you feel, but you can explain much, and that is the truth. All the experience of moving forward my way, and I also read the books that became available online. I read them, and it was great pleasure to acknowledge them. I'd like to thank Igor Mikhailovich. I would like to thank Zhanna. I'd like to thank Rigdan and the whole ALLATRA team for this great work that you have done for all humanity and continue to do. And with you guys, I admire you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Love you all. Goodbye.
Adriatic
and Elena, thank you from our hearts for your inner, sincere understandings and for your choice and for your stories, because they are very inspiring. They're very inspiring for people. And the way you said that this knowledge is so important for everyone, it is really true. And thanks to the choice of each of us, more and more people can touch it. And with pleasure, we pass the floor to Oana from Romania. Greetings. When I discovered ALLATRA in the summer of 2019, I was in a feverish searching for meaning and directions. This is a long story that began in my childhood when I played hide and seek with God in the garden and in the forest. He always let himself be found without any doubt. Later I looked for him in books, thousands and thousands of books of all kinds. He was there too, whispering, echoing in some random roar like a memory. I knew him, but I didn't know him. For me it was home. Years passed, and in 2010 everything completely exploded. Otherworldly dreams, visions, and finally finding the main gate to the beyond, meditation. From the very beginning, without knowing much, I rejected any method that involved using this mind. Mantras, sounds, images, focusing on things. Somehow I knew that reasons had no place in this equation. I just wanted to dive into these depths, into the world that I called home, the ocean of living, real life. And I succeeded. I found my way again for a while. The years passed again, harder and harder, more and more books, more and more searches. Something was missing, something essential, life and death. I couldn't get rid of the feeling of a test, a deliberate failure, something kept testing me to see if I would give up. I love risk, unexplored territories and virgin forests, so I wasn't afraid to look for God under all the stones and in all corners, strange borderline regions. Whatever, I was not interested in belonging to any religion, having any legitimacy in the eyes of the world. All this was dust and dust for me. Among my interests were crop circles. Summer is the season. In August 2019, a new circle appeared with a distinct sign in the center, a crescent and a circle. Interpretations, mostly from the head, flowed like a river, as usual. An English comment on a YouTube video caught my attention. To this day, I do not know who wrote it. It only said the following: "This is the ALLATRA sign." I didn't think about it. I googled and found a treasure hiding in a plain sight, in a full view of everyone. Just know how to recognize it, the ALLATRA book. I read it from cover to cover, and from the first pages I realized that this is not just a book like thousands of books that I have read before. This is the truth in its entirety. I also immediately started watching programs with him. The first one is coming. The first 5 minutes I had strongly flurry of thoughts. Consciousness, commenting on everything.
Să nu fie mintea implicată deloc. Adică ideea de a simți pe Dumnezeu, de a comunica la alt nivel. Și atunci, într-adevăr, meditația m-a ajutat mult mai mult, mi s-a părut calea cea mai potrivită, dar de data asta erau anumite lucruri în budism și în zen care nu erau în acord cu ceea ce simțeam.
But having already had the experience of observing and controlling thoughts, I realized that I needed to turn them off and watch carefully and concentrated. I immediately began to feel like him and that he was not from this world. Even in view of my activities in the judicial sphere and work with criminals, I feel alive very subtly and see its slightless manifestation in facial expressions. I was struck by the fact that I didn't see a single hint of a lie in him. I met such a person for the first time in my entire life, and I realized that he was telling the truth, and the rest is history. As they say, or the path, they pass to God.
I started to practice control of thoughts, and at some point it started to succeed. I had practice of meditation and spiritual techniques. And before when I was involved in Buddhism, I didn't find myself I didn't find answers for myself. And when I started to work on myself, when I met an ALLATRA knowledge, I saw the difference. So before ALLATRA, I was feeling that I'm not developing. I was reading some esoteric books, but I understood that this is wrong. This is not truth. And because I have such kind of a job, when I'm working with those who actually do some violent acts, I'm really sensible, and I feel what is right, what is truth and what is not. I was watching on YouTube many videos with different gurus, how they speak, and this inner instinct was telling me that this is not true, what I hear from them. So I wouldn't be alone. I would just say that what I encountered in 2019, since I was interested in the topic of patterns on the field, and in 2019, one of my interests on these crop circles, I found I was on the field and I saw a sign with a circle and a crescent. There was many interpretations, but when I was reading the books, I found the only comment, and it was written, "This is ALLATRA sign," and there was no explanation. And naturally, I googled it. I found this treasure. I found ALLATRA book, started to read it just excitedly from very first page. I was amazed, and I felt that this is it, that this is truth. Then I was again jumping from one book to another, but then I came back to ALLATRA again and again, and I was reading it again and again. I found another books by Anastasia Novykh, and I read them as well. Eventually, I ended up in the videos of Igor Mikhailovich. The first video was "It is coming." It was the first video for me. In the first 5 minutes, I just had flow of thoughts. Consciousness was commenting everything. But when having the experience of observing and control of thoughts, I understood that you need to turn them off and attentively watch the video and concentrate. I started to feel Igor Mikhailovich almost immediately, that he is not from this world. I didn't feel any deception as I was feeling before. I somehow felt his energy. This person simply didn't lie. It was something coming from him, something divine. Because of my profession, I feel deception really easily. And everyone I was listening to before, all these liars, eventually they somehow showed their true essence. And this time, Igor Mikhailovich didn't see anything like that.
Am pus niște întrebări pe site-ul ALLATRA și imediat m-au direcționat spre colegii din
After that, I visited ALLATRA website and found out there are participants in Moldova, those who speak my own language. Together with them, we translated the book ALLATRA. I was translating, the guys was helping to edit it, and I'm so grateful for this chance. It's a huge honor for us. And I know that many people feel this as I do, and I'm so happy that I'm a part of it. Thank you so much.
Ирина, здравствуйте. К сожалению, мы вас не
Hello, Irina. Unfortunately, we cannot hear you.
Всё. Спасибо. Спасибо.
Thank you.
Здравствуйте, друзья.
Hello, friends.
Меня зовут Ирина.
My name is Irina,
Моя история началась в
and
2011
my story started at 2011. A friend of mine gave me a book, Sensei First, and I read it immediately. And also, I read the entire series of Sensei books with a great pleasure. And what I felt was something that you cannot describe in words. It was something really native, something that I have been looking for my entire life. And I immediately wanted to find like-minded people to discuss the books and to start doing the practices that were described in the books. And of course, I had a desire to write to email that was listed in the book. And the longer I was going to do that, the more doubts there were. And like, what shall I write and stuff like that. And it went on for 9 years until 2020. And I watched the videos with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, and I felt joy. And I also watched the live videos of guys who shared their experience. And also, like, I watched the video of a girl who shared her experience when, despite the doubts, she wrote to coordination center. And after watching this video, I immediately wrote an email to the coordination center as well. And I don't remember what exactly I wrote, but I remember that after sending the email, I felt this joy. And after that, I found like-minded people. I joined the projects and the movement. And since then, my life started. And my path, straight path. And right now I understand how I shall act. Act always with God. And right now I would like to express my deep gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich for love, for support. And I would like to say thank you to all the guys who spread the information, spread the knowledge, who share it. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Эдуард, здравствуйте.
Hello, Eduard. We are listening to you carefully.
Buenas tardes, ¿me escuchan?
Hello, friends. Can you hear me now?
Es un gusto poder compartir
Yes,
un poco
hello.
de mi experiencia en el movimiento internacional
I'm
ALLATRA.
very happy to share my participation experience in ALLATRA international movement. For some time, I have been sharing with a friend interesting topics about inner work, about spiritual search. And one day, my friend sent me a video that was related, where it was with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. And I immediately, I felt it was interesting for me for the videos, and I understand that all of these are very valuable. And this was all that I was searching for many years. And from this moment on, I started to study all the videos that I can find. And in one of these videos, I found so many things for myself and understood that I need to connect with this movement, which I did. And it's very valuable to be here today and to see so many people of the ALLATRA movement, and all of them who support this wave, everyone who passed through this search and found this exclusive knowledge, let's say, which is for all people to share this knowledge. And this is what we really need to share, because these are practical experience with which you live in one day and the other, and which can help you to improve spirituality as a society, as humanity, which allows us to find meaning in our lives, our purpose here, to say, because we are always in the search here on the earth. So when you're listening to the experience of the others, and you're being able to listen to the experience of theirs, and able to see how we all go through the same situations, and this gives you more strength, it motivates you to move forward. And this is why my idea is also to invite anyone and everyone who wants, and I'm inviting all my friends, so that all of them who want to start doing the inner work, so they can watch the videos with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, because they're really very valuable, they're profound and useful for everyday life and for the inner work on ourselves, to really get a feel for what the inner work is all about. So it is a challenge. It is my current activity to devote some time in my daily life, every day at work, to this topic of self-knowledge practices, and to begin a path that really gives meaning, that gives value to the life itself, and that leads us to perfection among all of us. So it is, this is why I'm inviting everyone, so all of them start reading the books and watch the videos. And for me, this is a big joy to share with all of you my initial experience with ALLATRA on my way. And I want to say thank you to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, and also to all the participants, all people who help in the translations, so that the knowledge can be communicated to all the people. And I give a big hug to everyone, and thank you so much to be able to share my experience with you. Thank you very much to all of you.
Спасибо огромное,
Thank you very much, Eduard, Irina, Anna. And we would like to support and to thank from our heart all the translators who are translating this meeting, so that whatever people are, we could speak about the same thing. And it is so touching what was said about the knowledge from videos and books give life to all people, to all society. And really, for this united grain, which gives life for everyone. Thank you for such important words about the importance of time, because when we remember about it, and that we remember that we are united, we can do so much together. Thank you very much. We are all one. And that experience which our participants share proves it once again. And now let us watch an excerpt from the video Life After Death.
Let's just answer, who is a relative for a human? His close people by blood, his relatives. Meaning, this has to do with the genetics and blood. And what about personality? Here the answer is totally different. For personality, all are relatives. Why? Because in every human, there is a soul. And in every human, there is personality. A soul is one genetic code.
Associately, yes.
If we translate into these terms, personality, all personalities are one genetic code. Is the same as a mother and a son, or a mother and a daughter. These are very close relatives. So for personality, all of us are dear and near. Just like for the soul is from one source.
Здравейте на всички.
Hello everyone.
Казвам се Диан Желев и съм от България. Искам да изкажа моята
My name is Dian Zhelev, and I want to express my gratitude and love for the world of spirituality, all those who live with ALLATRA and who help spread such vital, simple, and eternal spiritual knowledge. I will share how I came to know spiritual knowledge. In 2015, I read a part I found in internet, apart from the book of ALLATRA, online, and what I read was imprinted into me on a sensory level. A few weeks later, I started reading Anastasia Novykh's books and noticed that everything that I read dissolved and imprinted on a sensual level with ease and with inner joy. I read the book several times, and even while reading, before I began to practice, I received a gift from the spiritual world. This beautiful and inexplicable spiritual grace. I have never experienced such a feeling, filled with love, inexplicable and infinite. In parallel with the reading, the programs on ALLATRA TV began to come out, which I watched with great desire, watching and learning in practice these true knowledge. And finally, I want to read a poem in which I want to thank Igor Mikhailovich. You gave me an intensifying spark, and in a moment my love matured, and it merged into one and rose up, shining over this shrouded and darkness-soaked mirage. Thank you, all of you. Thank you very much.
Hola amigos, estoy muy feliz de estar
Hello, dear friends. I'm very happy to be here today with you and to be able to share my experience of working on myself. But first of all, I would like to tell you that from a very early age, I was interested in those phenomena that had to do with the internal physiological processes that occurred in each human, just as I always had existential questions such as who am I, where am I going, what is the meaning of my life, and that is what is true freedom, all questions that made me reflect, but never reached any point which is fully populated my expectations. It was for this reason that I decided to study psychology, because according to me it was the only thing that would allow me to learn about the human essence and answer the way of behavior of people. And I turned into a psychologist of a very young, 22 years old, but even so, I began to have many more questions than answers. And I decided to start this search beyond the boundaries of psychology and astrology, numerology, runology, and so on. But it was not until I found the book ALLATRA in those years was only in English, and since I understood the language, I started reading, and my notes were made in Spanish. When I knew the primordial knowledge, my whole life changed. My cosmovision expanded, and the puzzles was finally put together, and I understood everything. I had no doubts, because the truth is finally there. Now I'm going to tell you a quote that I love a lot from the book ALLATRA. Every battle begins on the battlefield of the human consciousness. He who knows how to master it, Rust is like a sage who wins the battle without even starting it. I wanted to say with this is that when you meet through the knowledge of the structure of invisible energy of a human being, dual nature, the conscious perception of the four essences, their participation in everyday life, it influences you, and in consciousness influences you through emotional states, and when you start working with it, it allows you to take the first step to start learning to control it. And why so suddenly it can be invaded by different thoughts and moods, anger or aggression, accompanied by selfishness. Fear arises, so sudden memories of the past with its load of negativity, discovering that made me focus more on controlling my own thoughts and self-education, on spiritual development for my own self-improvement. The discipline of thoughts and putting consciousness on a leash at your service as an instrument that helps you in everyday life are the efforts of every person who learns to control himself, keeping your desires, emotions, thoughts clear in a direction and choice of main life, that is consciously and with full responsibility to live a life in the spiritual direction and focus your attention on it. The more you study yourself, the more attentive you will be, not to pay attention to the thoughts and emotions of your lateral essences. You learn to easily identify feelings and emotions, outbursts. This control helps in daily life, the spiritual principle and the habit of living. For this reason, I ended up being an active volunteer of ALLATRA International Public Movement, and I'm happy to participate in different projects where the conditions are created for the development of the creative potential of people and to jointly activities beneficial for the whole society.
Gracias.
Спасибо большое, Paulina.
Thank you very much, Paulina and Diane, for such great inner understandings. And it is so joyful that people from different countries gather together here and speak different language, but we all speak about the same, about the spiritual world and about love. We are all like drops of one united ocean and gather together in this great day. And now I would like to give the floor to Roy Starr from California.
Hello, Roy.
Hi, how are you guys? Yeah, so I just want to talk a little bit about how I came across the knowledge. A few years ago, I actually saw an interview online with Zhana and Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, and the information in the video was so amazing, and it just resonated with me so much that I decided to reach out to a friend in Detroit, Ova, and she basically put me in touch with more people who are connected with the ALLATRA movement in ways that I can help spread the knowledge. And the knowledge has been just so amazing for me. It's helped me basically realize what life is all about, to gain life. And I'm just so thankful for Igor Mikhailovich, all he's done for us. And I'm thankful for everyone who's a part of the movement. So thank you guys, and I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy, for sharing that. And thank you, everyone, today. You know, it's a funny thing right now. I had such a large speech of sharing of experience. But let me go right into the important part for me now after being here with you all today. There's no words that I'm going to use right now that is going to describe the feeling that we all feel right now, and the gratitude for the spiritual world, for God, or whatever religion a person belongs to. Even calling it the most gracious, the most merciful, Allah, isn't enough. So thank you all so much for your hard work and your inner victories, regardless of when you have come across the knowledge, regardless of how long it took you to follow your intuition, like myself and many others here today. I thank you all so much for your poems, and simply beautiful. I've loved them, and thank you all so much for that. And thank you to the young man who said, I love you. And I'll start my story off there and work backwards. In 2020, I participated in Solidarity Week, and one of the only things I could say to everyone there was, I love you. And it was the only thing that could possibly come out of my mouth at that time. I couldn't even really say my name. I'm Jason. I couldn't really say where I was from. I'm from Michigan. I couldn't really say how I really found the knowledge. But today, I know now, after reading the book ALLATRA and the books Sensei 1 through 4 and Azosmos, Birds and Stone, the primordial ALLATRA physics, many puzzle pieces fit together and led me to that point of Solidarity Week, and led me to the point today to speak before you all, and led me to the point to receive enough knowledge to overcome that terrible, terrible dragon inside all of us that really is just an obstacle along the way, so that we can shine brighter and share that with everyone in the world. Because, you know, how can one appreciate such a gift unless they fight for it? Such is the nature of this experience. And when reading the books, it really is hard to start at just one point, because so many people here today, each one of us share a part of that experience. Each one of us had similar experiences and have similar experiences, or are experiencing those experiences today. Whether it's looking in runology, or it's looking into the Anunnaki, or it's looking into the forbidden past, or it's looking into secret powers over others, or whether it's into rituals, magic, Christianity, Islam, Zoroastrianism, all of that is in the book ALLATRA. All of that is covered in great depth and hidden behind the words in Sensei 1 through 4. So it really is difficult for all of us here, myself included, to explain such things to those who have not read the book yet, and those who may watch this and this gets spread to, that's how much is hidden behind there. So step over it for me and for everyone here. I don't want this to be long and lengthy. I'm really thankful for being here and for all of you, for all of your work. And thank you to the author, Anastasia Novykh, because truly, without your personal victory, without your personal choice, the will to unite may not have spread all over the world in more than 180 countries, uniting religions, uniting science, uniting people before God. And thank you so much, Igor Mikhailovich. The spirit of truth rings true today. Thanks to you. Thank you so much for the programs. We're at number 63 for the English community. And no matter what, your patience shines through and your love shines through for all of us. So I would like to finish off with a poem for you all. Okay? As is this beautiful week. So I practice Wing Chun. It is a southern Chinese boxing style. And it was one of my ways to diving deeper towards the knowledge before I found the book ALLATRA. And so this poem is a twist of what Wing Sung means. Wing Sung means, according to legends, a female's name for the eternal spring. It was love at first sight, a breath of fresh air, that spring that is endless, eternal, Wing Sung. You showed the way once, twice, even more, no matter. From you, it all came forth in the purest form. Life for many of us is turbulent and messy. That dragon that rears, breathes, and whispers, wags its tail, but for a shadowy dance. My friend, you've given us all the chance. You told us, be still, pay attention, observe. Leave all doubts aside. Go within to that world. Lotus, your beauty is simply unmatched. From Wing Sung you come, and the eternal wisdom and bliss return. Above all who seek, call, yearn, and feel. The message is always love, create, and build. Dwell forever in joy in the eternal Wing Sung. For it is today, tomorrow, and every moment, on and on, here and now. Gracias, spasibo большое. Thank you, Manana. I love you all so much, and thank you for your tremendous effort of bringing this light forth towards the world. Thank you.
Спасибо, Jason. Спасибо
Thank you,
огромное.
Jason. Thank you very much. Your poem is so deep, and it shows that way, that path that each person goes through, touching the knowledge. And when he takes a decision to work on himself, and now you were reading it, and inside there was an understanding that it's your inner path. Yeah, we all know it. Jason, thank you from our heart. And you said that you don't have enough words to express what you feel, but we feel the same now. And you know, the happiness is that, as it turns out, for us, we don't need words, and we feel everything inside. Thank you very much. Thank you. This inner path finally brings us to this one goal. Let's watch from the excerpt from the video Angels Don't Fall with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Igor Mikhailovich, how to become an angel? This is the main question which...
This is very easy. I'll put it this way. It's much more difficult to become a subpersonality. That's true. In order to become a subpersonality, it's necessary to work very hard. It's necessary to hate many people. It's necessary to apply plenty of effort, to cultivate hatred in oneself, to worry, to suffer. Well, so as to suffer and worry afterwards. While in order to become an angel, it's necessary simply to stop serving Satan and start serving God, to start loving each other. Is this really difficult? In my opinion, it's very simple, isn't it? My friends, you should love each other and love God, and you should become free. Everything is very simple.
Hello, can you hear me?
Да, вас слышно.
Yes, we can hear you. I can start, right? Hello, friends. I am Angelica and I live in Italy. The book written by Anastasia Novykh was shared with me by a colleague at work, and it was at the time when I really thought about the meaningless of all, of work, of home and everything. I worked at that time as a person who takes care of elderly people and disabled one. And the first sensei, I read it very eagerly, and something resonated a lot with me, something on the inside. And I felt that hope, joy, interest, and the thirst, exactly thirst to read more. And I tried to practice. You know, it was just an interest, and I succeeded actually. I experimented. I read everything, and at first I began to listen and watch the videos with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, but I got distracted. It was hard for me to move on, and I clung to the profound things that I cannot really explain. It's pretty hard to explain. And then the first miracles started. 10 days before the complete closure due to pandemic, the pain was gone. During the quarantine, I read everything I felt, and then got connected to the Italian group, and the movement. Then the movement actually started, like the action. First of all, I started step by step, YouTube channel, translations, and always I felt this huge support of spiritual world by our guys, the participants of the movement. Miracles, yes, a lot, believe me. The problems were gone. They simply no longer exist. The conflicts in the family were gone, but only at the time when I truly started to change. And I saw, first of all, people in the people that were with me. And my life changed dramatically. There are no longer any problems, even though the life is still the same. And I can say that life is honestly amazing. And I realized that, to be honest, I never lived before. It was just hell, it was nightmare. So guys, please get involved in the projects, get connected, because this is a tool to help ourselves for the most important thing, for the personal growth. Guys, life is so interesting. It is great, it is endless, and it is forever. It is eternal. The perception of the world has changed for me. I got a lot of insights, awareness, and I feel that there are no limits to knowledge, and I feel this infinite gratitude to the spiritual world, to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, for the love, great patience, such as sensitive care, for knowledge, for everything. Guys, really, I'm so grateful to all of you from the bottom of my heart. And I really understood and realized that, you know, receiving the knowledge is even greater than winning a lottery. So thank you so much, everyone. With love to all.
Hello, dear friends. I would like to take this opportunity and congratulate everyone with a bright celebration, the week of solidarity. And I want to say words of gratitude, first of all, to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. Thank you very much for the knowledge, for the faith in us, in humanity, for love and support over the years. Thank you so much. Thank you also for participating in the programs, because each program is filled with love, joy and light, for spiritual gifts, for kind words. Thank you very much. Each program ends with the words, let's love each other. And for myself, I understand that the meaning of these words deeper and deeper, because everything is simple. And you need to look inside yourself, find the source, start generating love and share it. Thank you very much. Huge gratitude also to all of you guys who are involved in various projects. To those guys who have taken responsibility for spreading the knowledge. Thank you a lot, guys who participate in kaleidoscopes of facts, in conferences. Thank you very much for ordinary people, scientists, celebrities who have taken the courage of telling the truth for the whole world. Thank you a lot.
Сейчас я это не прибавила. А сейчас слышно?
Can you hear me now?
Здравствуйте, друзья.
Hello, dear friends. My name is Tanya. I would like to share my story of getting acquainted with knowledge. And since my childhood, I wanted to be happy, and probably for that reason I got married, but it didn't make me happier. Then I decided to build a career, and money didn't make me happy either. And then I got a new job, and I got acquainted with a colleague, and he was kind of sounded strange to me. And one day, I asked what he was reading, and I was sure that he's working on himself. And he didn't answer right away, but probably when I repeated the question again, he replied that he's reading the books written by Anastasia Novykh and advised to start reading with Sensei first. And I immediately found and downloaded the book and started reading. And when I was reading, a miracle happened, actually. I was in a subway, and at some point of time, I understood that I love the whole world, that I love all people, and I understood that this is true happiness. And since then, I practice the spiritual practice, the lotus flower, every day. And a while ago, after that, I was invited to the meeting with participants of the ALLATRA movement, and I saw so many people, and I understood that we are headed towards the same direction. And I'm very grateful to the spiritual world and to all people, and I love you so much. And I suggest watching a video with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, The Sign.
But what unites us? A simple question. It is humaneness that unites us. We are united by what we call love for one another, or God's love. Isn't it so? All of us actually want good things. Everything passes. No matter what we do, no matter how we fight over someone else's territory to take something away from them, no matter how we pursue private, personal interests of some kind, everything will pass. It is clear that the situation itself, the very consumerist format, forces us to be deluded. However, ALLATRA is precisely that pure water, which washes off the stupidity of consciousness, and which enables every person to breathe deeply and to live with love. To be a human, this is what unites. And the entire secret of ALLATRA is that we do our best. We learn to love each other, despite the fact that we are different. That's what the whole secret is about. Tell me, what is bad about loving each other, about respecting each other? I understand that some people might say, how can I love someone I hate? He is an enemy, and he has come to me. Friends of mine, if we don't learn to love each other, we won't learn to love God either. And if we don't learn to love God, what is the point of this life?
Greeting, friends. I'm happy to see you today. My name is Katya, and I would like to share how I get acquainted with this knowledge. When I was living in France 7 years ago, how to live, I can't stand it anymore. And then I started to think, what is the meaning of life? How to be happy? And what real happiness is? And these questions forced me to search. And I remember then I had only one book over the esoteric direction, and I started to read it and hoping to find answers to my questions, but I didn't find. There was just magic, and I continued to look for. And I was thinking all the time how to be happy, and at that time nothing was interesting for me except this. And when I returned home, I started to look for books which can answer my questions. And I went to the social net, to the Vkontakte, where I came across the previous book. And there was a book, Sensei the First, the author Anastasia Novykh, and it was interesting for me. I downloaded it and reposted to my page, and when I started to read, I couldn't stop reading, and I had a feeling of happiness and gratitude, and there was a stream of unforgettable feelings. And when I closed my eyes, I understood. I started to listen to my feelings, and I understood that it was what I was looking for, and I had no doubts that it will answer all my questions. And this feeling of happiness overwhelmed me, and I started to look for other books of this series. And after reading the ALLATRA book, I joined the group of people who care about our future and future of the humanity. And my sincere gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov for the knowledge, for his love to us. Thanks for the videos which learn to love each other, and to those people who are now with us. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Diyar. I am a member of ALLATRA movement from Uzbekistan. I want to share with you my story of acquaintance with the knowledge. My contact with knowledge can be divided into three stages: surprise, interest, and a feeling of joy that I have found what I have been looking for all my life, even despite his young age. I was surprised by the blinking of Jana in one of the programs. It was called Chance on the Verge. I was surprised that there is a person with such an interesting ability, but at the same surprise gave rise to my interest in what Jana, Tatiana, and Igor Mikhailovich discussed. And from one video to the next video, I became more and more imbued with the information that was being discussed. The knowledge that I passed on to them resonated in me, in my soul. I felt and realized this is what I need. For about 3 months, I studied the knowledge broadcasts from the book ALLATRA, The Ideas of a Creative Society. And already after the conference on March 20, 2021, Creative Society, what the prophets dreamed of, I finally decided to join the ALLATRA movement in order to build the Creative Society. Then I registered on the site creativesociety.com, and soon Camila, a member of ALLATRA movement from my city, contacted me. I found out that we have other participants of ALLATRA movement in Tashkent, in my city. I began to communicate with them, to learn a little about their experience of meditation and spiritual practices. Gradually, I read all the books of Sensei and the book ALLATRA. My contact with the soul during the first spiritual practice made me realize that this is the best feeling in the world, a feeling of love and gratitude from the spiritual world. That's when I realized that I have found the most valuable knowledge in my life. Knowledge that opens the way to God, pure and true. It's just beyond words. Everyone needs to feel it for themselves. This is my story. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much. Greetings, dear friends, and we congratulate you once again with the Solidarity Week, and we remind you that we are broadcasting the first day of this week, where participants from different countries share how they discover this knowledge for themselves. And we would like to thank you, Dia, for your inspiring story, and how great it is when a person touches the primordial knowledge. It doesn't matter where he is situated, he can always find like-minded people who will share the experience. And in such moments, you want to thank everyone. With such sincere gratitude, one participant, Nina, decided to share with us.
Духовный мир. Благодарю за то,
I
что я
thank the spiritual world that I live and love, that it woke me up, warmed me, and sang me a song about love, without words, from feelings. That song came, and then I understood everything, who I am and what I am living for. I am going home with ALLATRA. Wherever you go, if you are really looking for and asking questions, you will always find, because those who are actively acting to spread the knowledge do their best so that each person had a chance to touch the truth. Let's listen to such stories together.
Hola amigos, mi nombre es Adrián Jiménez, participante del movimiento ALLATRA. Y bueno, voy a empezar a contar
Hello
un poco.
friends, I'm from Uruguay. I'm a participant of ALLATRA movement, and I wanted to share with you how I get to know ALLATRA. I was very interested in the topic of aliens and everything related to them. I was looking for information of this kind, so I watched the video Verdad Oculta on YouTube. I was really interested for such kind of topic. And I was really amazed that I found this kind of information. One day they did an interview with Nicole, Tatiana, and the person who was asking the questions. From that moment I started to wonder what ALLATRA is, and I started to learn about it. I watched ALLATRA videos. In the beginning I was watching just to watch it, and only later on I became interested and I watched more and more. But my consciousness always tended to lead me away from this information. This went on for a year, but I didn't stop watching. And we went on with my life as before, watching many other things. But my life situation changed drastically. One day, which was really special for me, something extraordinary happened. I always tell my wife and friends that something extraordinary happened. I don't know, but it was unexplainable. I remember that day like it happened to me today. I watched the whole show, and when I finished watching it, it was incredible because I felt a lot of love in that video. I remember the first few times I watched ALLATRA, my personality was striving for this knowledge. It was very important. On that special day for me, I felt strongly about this video. Unfortunately for me, a few days later, I contacted ALLATRA. I just got a call from Santi, from Argentina, and thanks God, it was my salvation. I would say so. It really helped me so much that he contacted me. And now I'm here with you, my friends. I'm one of the active participants in ALLATRA.
Hi everyone, I'm Stefan and I'm from Serbia. I would like to share how I got to know the knowledge. It was relatively recently, last year, somewhere in July or August, and it's not so important when. I was watching something on YouTube, as usual, and came across an interview of Dresden on some channel where he mentioned ALLATRA. That was the first time I heard such a concept like ALLATRA. Then I found the YouTube channel ALLATRA Croatia, where I started watching videos with Igor Mikhailovich. This was my first contact with knowledge, and then I started reading Anastasia Novykh's books. The first book I took to read was ALLATRA. And so, reading page by page, paragraph by paragraph, at some point, I felt these words on a deeper level. It was as if they were alive. At the time, not understanding what it was, but I was drawn to continue, and I just couldn't stop reading. When I read all the books, you just understand that this is exactly what it is, that this is the truth that you have been looking for all your life. And all the answers to the questions are here, and the path is here for me. And I would like to express my gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich for the knowledge he brought us, and many thanks to Anastasia Novykh for the books and to all participants of ALLATRA movement.
Many thanks to Igor Mikhailovich. Probably in order to express gratitude, there are simply not enough words in the world. There are not enough words. You feel huge gratitude at the moment after reading books, after watching videos, that this knowledge has come to you. Life changed to before and after. You understand what an amazing chance is given to you. What opportunities for implementation are given to all mankind. And gratitude, not only for the knowledge, but also for huge help and support. It is the help is felt really much, and it's so important when you stumble or fall, you feel this support, and helping hand is given to you. You feel inside yourself this love and support. Many thanks to Igor Mikhailovich. Huge gratitude for believing in us.
Спасибо большое, Adrian, Stefan.
Thank you very much, Adrian, Stefan, and Irina, for your sincere, warm words. Alon, you know, when we are listening to our participants, there is such an impression that each person gets this knowledge at a particular moment of their lives, when they need it most of all. And when they touch this knowledge, each of them gets this feeling of deep gratitude, and it is expressed in a different way. Someone writes music, like blogs, music, and so on, where they share their understandings. And the most important thing that a person feels a necessity to share what he feels, to share this with all the world. And our participant from Italy will share what inspired her to write a poem full of incredible happiness and love from the touching the spiritual world.
Salve a tutti. Oggi vorrei condividere con voi un breve racconto di come è nata la poesia dedicata a Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. Tutto ebbe inizio in un modo molto genuino e naturale. Mi ricordo che in quel periodo ascoltavo spesso due canzoni delle quali ero innamorata. E una di quelle era proprio la canzone.
Hello, today I would like to share with you a short story about how the verse dedicated to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov was born. It started very sincerely and naturally. I remember that at the time I often listened to two songs I was literally in love with. One of them was the song Agapit, although it was in Russian, which I don't know at all, and I was listening to it with pleasure and it became so important to me. One morning, when I was opening my eyes, the first thought was about Igor Mikhailovich, and oddly enough, the song Agapit sounded in my head. I found it on YouTube and started to listen on repeat. I felt great happiness, unique emotions. I cried and smiled at the same time. At first of all, I could not take my eyes away from Agapit's eyes. It seemed to me that those were the eyes of Igor Mikhailovich. They seemed very beautiful to me, and the more I looked at them, the more I plugged into them, into these magnificent eyes that reminded me of the deep sea I have always feared, but only enough. I didn't have fear anymore. On the contrary, I felt safe more than ever. I felt so in love with this look, with these eyes. When I was watching videos with Igor Mikhailovich, practically not blinking, with a constant smile on my face. In truth, I didn't matter which of the two of them were in front of me. As a personality, I might have been aware. I felt this warmth and I was connected. I just felt like I'm living in real life.
A te, che sei la speranza di questo mondo, la lanterna di luce che attraversa quel tunnel in mezzo all'oscurità, la guida più pura verso l'amore incondizionato.
To you, who are the hope of the world, a ray of light, walking in the understand darkness, the purest source of unconditional love, to the Father of the One and true home, to you who return the lost knowledge where each of us is being learned, who managed to fill our hearts of all this, who sees in you the shield, the power of God, armor, protective aura of my battle. You await in the world, and in every moment you inspire courage to gain. Never give up before anything again. Who tirelessly, holy feeling, this feeling grows, and in each person it will illuminate.
Hello, my name is Ludmila and I live in Italy. I just wanted to share how I became acquainted with the knowledge. After I got divorced and my mom died, I was left alone and I was desperate. At that time, I watched a video in the internet. I went to the website and I understood that this was exactly what I was looking for. It was the knowledge of ALLATRA. They filled me with love. And now I am no longer in a hurry. My life is filled with love and gratitude. I've read all the books, and this priceless gift is with me all the time. I love and I'm grateful to the whole spiritual world for this love and support. Thank you so much.
Hola, mi nombre es Luca y soy de Córdoba, Argentina. Conocí a ALLATRA.
Hello, my name is Lucas and I'm from Cordoba, Argentina. I met ALLATRA exactly when I should have met knowledge. at the best possible time. The video with our dear Igor Mikhailovich Danilov aroused my curiosity. I wanted to know more. So I went to the ALLATRA website, read all the information on it, and sent an email. And it all happened in a few hours. It was Sunday morning, and I had already received a response on Monday. I contacted the participants. These interesting people soon became my good friends. I love them very much. And all this thanks to the video with Igor Mikhailovich, thanks to what he teaches us. Now I know which path to follow and where we are going together. I am eternally grateful to Igor Mikhailovich for everything. You have changed my life. ALLATRA has changed my life. Every participant has changed my life every day. And it is fantastic. It's so wonderful. So I want to thank you again for all that you are doing, for all that we are doing. Thank you, ALLATRA. I love you all. Big hugs and kisses from Cordoba, Argentina. Hi, everyone. Thank you.
Огромное спасибо вам, Кристина, Людмила и Luka, за такие теплые слова.
Many thanks to you for warm words, and we feel what you're speaking about, and I can't but agree that ALLATRA has changed our lives, life of each of us, and how joyful it is that more and more such fires burn in different kinds of world, and they spread all this warmth and light around the world. And do you also have a feeling that you're looking for something else, but you find more than you expected? Yes, and it happened to me, and it happens to many people, and our participants will share such stories.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья! Рад вас приветствовать в эти прекрасные праздники. Мои знакомства со знанием...
Greetings, friends. Happy to welcome you. My acquaintance with knowledge took place a few years ago. I was always interested in the topic of spiritual development. I was reading different literature, but it was all not what I wanted. It was more like some kind of a magical knowledge or a supernatural power, and was not what I was searching for. So I wanted to look in the internet, and in Google search, when I was searching for spiritual literature, I found ALLATRA, and I was really surprised by this title, but at the same time it was really interesting. And when in the beginning of the book, there was reference to other books, and that's how I started to read Sensei. And each chapter, it was something indescribable, some kind of new discoveries, but most of all, it was difficult to describe in words. It was on some kind of inner level, and it was the story of Sensei about how and why God created the universe and gave freedom of choice to a human being. It was really difficult to describe in words, but I remember it was exactly like that. And I was inspired really much by the movie Atlantis, where I found other answers to my questions: who are gods, and if they were, where did they disappear? Because before I couldn't find an answer. Later on, I found out that there is ALLATRA movement, and I started to write to the email and met new wonderful people. Now I participate in projects, and huge thanks to the spiritual world for everything, and a huge gratitude to all of you who participate in the projects and shares their understanding with the whole world. Thank you so much. I give the floor to the next speaker.
Bueno, primero que nada quería hacer este video para contar cómo fue que conocí
Hello friends, today I would like to share with you how I met ALLATRA. And the original knowledge ALLATRA fills me with joy from within. I wanted to tell you a little bit about my experience. My brother was already in the movement, already participating. And from the moment he encountered the knowledge, my brother began to actively tell others about ALLATRA and how beautiful this feeling of love coming from the inside. One day he came to our house and started talking about ALLATRA. Then something inside me changed. I had a great desire to know more. I realized what my brother was saying was true. I sent him a message. I don't remember exactly what I wrote to my brother. I asked him to send me the video he was watching and to tell me a little bit what they were about. My brother sent me the video with participation of Igor Mikhailovich, and then I felt a click inside of me. I realized that I had run into something. I found something that I have been looking for all my life. Since childhood, I've been asking myself why I was born. Why did I came into this world? What is the meaning of human life? Why do we all understand and feel inside that we did not come into this world to study, have a job, a house or children, but for something much more, for something very important? The true goal of our life is to come to God. I realized that ALLATRA, I was able to find something bigger and greater instead of usual existence in this world. Life as a spiritual being, to become an angel. And thanks God every day that this primordial knowledge came to me, that I got answers to questions which I had since my childhood. And I'm very glad to be a part of the international, ALLATRA international public movement. This is just a huge group of people who work every day for others, bring to people such important information. But it is very important to be able to feel this message, to see this truth, not just listen with our earthly ears, but feel it from deep inside, from within, where there is already this knowledge. It is only necessary just to feel and open it And when there is this content, it touches very much. It touches you from the bottom of your soul. Huge thanks to ALLATRA, huge thanks to Igor Mikhailovich, thanks you all, with whom we work together every day on different projects. I work in TikTok as a reporter and as a moderator, and thank you ALLATRA, I love you guys. And I hope you found my experience with ALLATRA very interesting. I'm happy.
Владислав, Родриго, большое спасибо, что вы поделились своими историями и благодарностью.
Thank you, Настолько радостно видеть людей со всего мира. So great to see people from all over the world, and when you listen to these gratitude words and this experience, the feeling is like we are all the members of a good big family who are sharing with each other their feelings, and we are passing the word to Daniela from Bulgaria. Greetings from Bulgaria. My name is Daniela Vasilyeva, and I want to express my sincere gratitude to everyone from ALLATRA movement. Sincere gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich for his knowledge, patience, and support on the spiritual path. Thank you so much for being with us, Igor Mikhailovich. Thank you.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья. Меня зовут Александр Онищенко.
Hello, dear friends. My name is Alexander Onищенко, and I would like to tell you how I get acquainted with the knowledge of ALLATRA. I like to dance with my friends, go to the parties, and one of these parties I can't look at one girl. She was very charming. She has like this shining gaze and charming smile. It was simply like to get acquainted with her. We got to know, and we started talking. And during the conversation, she told me about the creative society and the 8 principles on which great society is built. And the first thought that flew in my head, it's impossible. But something inside me responded, and it gave me a push to learn more about creative society. And I asked Anya to send me a link, and many thanks to Anna, she did it right away without putting it off until tomorrow. And the next very day, I began to study all the information related to the creative society and what kind of principles are there. And in the process of studying this information, I watched a program. I got acquainted with the ALLATRA movement, and during this process of studying in the information, I looked at a program with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, and as I saw some pieces of video, it was like something is burst, and I have understand this. The music, the puzzle was came together as pieces was formed, and I felt that it was something I had been looking for so long, for the road home again to really have a clear mark. And in the process of mastering practices and watching programs, a feeling of love and joy began to wake up in me. My inner world shone with new facets, shining with new facets, awakening the feelings in me. And I understand that it's a path that I will never go out. Many thanks to Anna for her support. She's like an angel. She has answered all the questions, sent me all the needed information, books. She supported me as she can. She get me acquainted with others, members of with other ALLATRA participants, and I'm very thankful for their responsibility and for support. And I'm only the beginning of the journey, but I feel that I'm moving in the right direction. I'm very thankful for all of them. Thanks to God. Thank you.
We would like to tell you about the Holy Spirit as the working power of God, the infinite creative power of love, one way or another mentioned in different religions. It is thanks to this power of God that a person's spiritual awakening takes place, his enlightenment, strengthening on the spiritual path, and finding real life. People knew that he was really acting, so even among the first Christians, for them, the manifestation of the Holy Spirit was a real acting force. People just lived by the Holy Spirit, and through him, through personal spiritual experience, they learned the kingdom of God. Home is a spiritual world that cannot be described in earthly words. As they say, it is difficult to speak an earthly language about the Holy Spirit. They need to live. Abundance and the outpouring of the Holy Spirit on everyone marks the beginning of the age of the Holy Spirit, epochs when all mankind will restore Eden on earth. Let's build an ideal society. And thus to restore the lost connection with God, and we will live in the love of God, serve the spiritual world. The ALLATRA Israel team congratulates everyone on the holiday of love and light. Many thanks to the spiritual world and to dear Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Друзья, большое спасибо за ваши искренние слова благодарности.
Friends, thank you so much for your beautiful, sincere words of gratitude. And really now, as no ever, you feel this creative power of love. Let's strengthen it in ourselves and share it with others. Because when you feel, you live. Yes, you really know the truth. If you throw away all the doubts and just make a step toward the spiritual world, then right away you feel this, you feel your power and support. And Ulyana will tell us about it.
Сидя на берегу моря, я задавала себе вопрос, в чем смысл жизни?
Hello. While being at the seaside, I asked myself a question: what is the meaning of life? And on the internet, I found a book, and I read it right away, and I decided to download it. This was the book by Anastasia Novykh sensei. And a couple of months later, I ordered books from Kiev, and at that time there was ALLATRA was not available. And in a couple of months, I got a call from the publisher that the book is available now, and it is available for purchase. And I'm very grateful to the girl who called me from the publishing house and reminded me of that, because at the time I already forgot how impressed I was by that book. And when I received the parcel, I read it. I had a feeling that this is not just a fiction, that the main character of the book he is real, that the book is real. And I started to search for the main character from the book, for Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, and the puzzle was formed actually when I heard the voice of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov in one of the programs, in one of the videos about Helios. And I was so happy. I understood that this is the truth. And over the internet, I found like-minded people from my city, and there was a trip to Kiev for the Week of Solidarity, then the video Consciousness and Personality, and I'm the wonderful voice of Jana, and I'm so grateful to everyone, to the spiritual world, for always helping us and heading us towards the right direction, and for the primordial knowledge that gives us clear understanding that we need to direct our attention only to love, to God. And I'm grateful to everyone, and happy holiday to everyone.
Hola a todos, привет.
Greetings everyone. Hello, I wanted to share about my work on myself. My name is Julia, I'm from Argentina. I want to tell you how I met ALLATRA. And since childhood, I've always loved to study different things, spiritual knowledge, paranormal phenomena, information about aliens, and research these issues. So I read the books I could find, but I watched the different videos on the internet. So one day I saw a video in which they talk about with Jana. There was also in videos with participation of Igor Mikhailovich and Tatiana.
Con las traducciones, más que con las traducciones sería con las correcciones.
And I'm also in which they told and explained many spiritual truths. I saw what I had always been looking for, what I thought to find among the variety of information about the spiritual world, and I began to understand a lot. And I learned about many things. My husband and I watched all the videos, and then I found more books. And guys called me and asked me to be a part of this, and I was really happy to help and cooperate. I felt really happy and grateful for this knowledge. I'm participating now with different directions with translation. Those videos we publish, I use different social networks, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, everywhere we can, and I'm really grateful for everyone who is participant of ALLATRA movement and creative society. Huge thanks to all people, those who work on spreading this knowledge, and I would like to say huge gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich for everything he teaches us, for the knowledge. Thanks to Galiors that they are organizing with us calls and meetings, and they help us on this way.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, hello, we can hear you, you're alive. Вы можете говорить, мы вас слышим, вы сейчас в эфире.
You're currently live, you can speak.
Hello, my name is Christina. I'm a doctor by profession. In my life, I had everything an ordinary person needs, but something was missing. I felt lonely and unhappy. I did not understand what was happening to me. At the same time, my husband lived happily and joyfully before my eyes. He studied the knowledge of ALLATRA and he worked on himself. I saw how he was changing before my eyes for better. He always advised me to get acquainted with knowledge and to work on myself. I respected what he was doing. I was even interested, but for some reason I put it off later. Recently, I found out about my illness and I became depressed. I turned to my husband for help. He looked me in the eyes and said, there is a silver lining. Maybe now you should start working on yourself seriously. I said yes, and I asked him to help me. He hugged me happily and said, you can count passion. And I started with the books Sensei. I watched programs with Igor Mikhailovich, psychology programs, etc. After a couple of days, I already felt good, better. Depression was gone, and I started to study knowledge more seriously. After a month, when my husband and I were going through my questions, he explained how to do the lotus flower practice and suggested that we do it together. And as I listened attentively to his explanations, a sense of perception of the spiritual world opened up in me. And it was so strong and unexpected, and there was such grace and such fullness. We were in this state together, and we didn't need to say anything. And I realized what I had been missing all my life, and I understood the meaning of Igor Mikhailovich's expression. Everything is very simple, get up and go. On my own example, I understood what it was the word happy. And I thank God for the knowledge that has been given to people. Now I know what ALLATRA means, and I am happy. Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, and the entire great ALLATRA family.
Большая благодарность, Ульяна, Хулия и Кристина, за ваши
теплые слова, за то, что поделились своими kind words and for sharing these warm stories. We are passing the floor to Lena from Moldova. Hello, everyone. My name is Lena, and I'd like to share my story, how I came acquainted with the knowledge. My first acquaintance happened in 2012. I don't really remember how it happened, but I remember well that I felt that I was happy. It doesn't matter what the circumstances were. It wasn't like anything I had felt in my life. My life circumstances were not very good, but still I felt calm and happy. After a few months, there were changes in my life, and I left a bit knowledge, and I made a choice that I wouldn't make now, and I was ashamed of that choice, and I tried not to think about that. I didn't think about knowledge, I didn't read books, I didn't do practices, and I avoided everything that reminded me of spiritual. There's no point saying that it didn't end well. It's scary to think, but those were a few years of my life. It was a haze, and unhappy feeling resided deep inside me, and it started growing. And despite the fact that I had a good life in the eyes of others, but this feeling of being fake and living pointlessly, it just grew every day. And I remember well that special day when that feeling grew enormously, and I was lost. I didn't have any idea what I was living for, and there was a huge ball of pain inside of me, and it grew, and it just overtook me. And I don't know what really happened to me, but now I think I know. But I decided to get rid of all those thoughts that I wasn't good enough, and that I wasn't good enough for the help. I just stopped all those thoughts, and I asked God to show me the way. I didn't ask anything else. I just wanted to. And then I opened the book Sensei, on a random page, and that page contained Sensei's word that the common practices were done every day at 7 p.m. And at that point, when I asked for the path, it was exactly 7 p.m. I can't express how I felt at that moment. It was such a relief. It was happiness and feeling of freedom and love. I was encircled by close family that were always with me. They were just waiting for me to come back to them, and I'm grateful for the ALLATRA movement and all the people. I feel that this is a good path, and I'm passing the floor. Thank you so much.
The fire has flared. Up today, I thank you for I can. Joyfully dancing into the depths of the sea of your love, diving. I love this feeling. I feel our song. Thank you for this opportunity. This whole world that came to life in my body. I want to dedicate my life to you, because you gave meaning to everything that was dormant in me. In silence, I will wait for you to call me. From the source of eternal, I will get drunk, and the dream will dissipate, and I will come to life again. Thank you for what I can do.
Спасибо большое.
Огромное спасибо, Елена.
Thank you so much, Yelena, and thank you so much, Mishka, for such a deep verse from which everything is just penetrating inside. Yes, I can't disagree, because you feel this sincere joy, and each story is such unique and full of this sincere joy and feeling that each person feels it and wants to bring it forward. And when we all together share it, it is multiplying in the whole world many times. And let's now together listen to the gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich from the team of Moldova.
А как может быть по-другому? Ведь он свою благодарность высказывал миру духовному.
Очередной подарок от Игоря Михайловича.
Another gift from Igor Mikhailovich. Many of them have already been given to us, and each of us received this gift exactly at the moment when they needed the most. Thanks to you, we have a light in the darkness on our journey, which is not easy. And we would like to express our sincere gratitude to you, each of us in our own way and all together. Igor Mikhailovich, thank you very much for your patience, for believing in us, loving and waiting for us, and for the fact that you are quick to help. Thank you for finding the true meaning of life. Thank you for the acquired awareness and understanding of the value of time. Thank you for your support, openness, and love. Thank you for a chance to find the real life. Thank you for the peace of mind. Thank you for your ability to be happy already now. Thank you for the truth which frees us from the illusions. Thank you for life. Thank you for genuine happiness, for love and great health, for true knowledge and service to the spiritual world. Thank you for the chance, for your belief in our strength. With your help and faith, I discovered real life. Thank you. Thank you for the example of a man with the capital letter. Thank you for the knowledge which showed me what real life is. Thank you for giving the insights of the processes taking place in the value of attention. And thank you for teaching us to listen to our soul. Thank you for being with us and believing in us. Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, for everything. We love you. We love you. We love you.
Здравствуйте. Меня зовут Анастасия, и я из Латвии.
Hello, my name is Anastasia and I'm from Latvia. I would like to tell you my story, how I came to the knowledge. One day I found a video in the internet about how you can use the power of thought to form your life, how to fulfill your desires and dreams. So I watched video after video and then switched to audio books of Anastasia Novykh because maybe I'm not heard, listened to. I watched the video after the video and after that I switched to audiobooks because this is convenient and you can listen to them always and everywhere. Quite by chance I downloaded Anastasia Novykh's audiobook Sensei, and that's when I realized that I had found what I had always been looking for, what I needed very much on the inside. I listened to book after book with rapture. These books filled me with inner joy, kindness and purity. After listening to every single book, I started searching on the internet to find out who is Anastasia Novykh. I found the site ALLATRA, began to look through all the releases with Igor Mikhailovich, all the videos. For me, the information is like a breath of life-giving water, and all my life turned upside down. I was given true knowledge, which I cannot help but use. On a daily basis, I began to monitor my thoughts, not to pay attention to bad and negative thoughts, to direct my attention to love and gratitude. After this true knowledge received from Anastasia and video broadcasts with Igor Mikhailovich, I realized that all that information about forming your dreams, this is just magic, which I do not need at all. Now there is only way in my life, the way to God. And thank you, Lord, to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, to Anastasia Novykh, to all the guys from the ALLATRA movement, and to God in spiritual world for everything.
Hello, everyone. Привет. Hello, Igor Mikhailovich, Tatiana, Жанна. I'm Federico from Argentina. And I wanted to tell you that I've got acquainted with the ALLATRA movement via the internet. We watch information videos about UFOs, paranormal phenomena, videos about spiritual development, and so on. We found your videos that explain a lot. We found an opportunity to write you. That's how, that's how we wanted to really write to guys and talk to them, and we express our opinions, and we became part of a group. And that is how our close acquaintance with you happened. And as for your videos, my wife and I really like them because we learned a lot from them. In my case, I learned more than I did in elementary and middle school when I was studying. I learned a lot about culture, about the spirit. And I want to thank you for your knowledge, for the love you give us, for your patience. And I love you very much. I consider you my family. Thank you. Thank you.
Здравствуйте, меня зовут Станислав.
Dear friends, my name is Stanislav, and I would like to explain how I get acquainted with the knowledge. 5 years ago, there was such a period in my life when the interest get lost to these material values. They just disappear, and what I want every day to the work, I start asking questions to myself. Okay, I'm building an apartment for my children, I'm doing all the right things, but I feel emptiness inside. There is something was missing, and what was it? How this world is built up? Why I'm here? I searched for a long time, searching on the internet, and I came across a comment under the video. He was writing that all his life was just was ruined, and he recommended sensei books. And he also wrote that you can find much more than you were actually looking for. And I was really surprised that it's in the public, it's in the open access, in the public domain and open access. I really read the first book, Sensei, I just choked it. I read it from the end to from the beginning to the end, and it answers all my questions. And I started doing practice, and these feelings that even strains me, my interest in these books. And one day, with these feelings, I want to really hug the whole world. I realize that there are no bad people. All of them are good, and all of them are really relative. And the real life is much more interesting. I'm really thankful for Igor Mikhailovich for all the knowledge that he transmits to us. Thank you.
Chtěla bych vyjádřit obrovskou vděčnost. Když se ke mně dostaly znalosti, tak to bylo cestou od mého syna, který mi dal přečíst knihu ALLATRA, a po jejím přečtení jsem měla mnoho otázek.
I would like to express my gratitude. I became acquainted with the knowledge thanks to my son, who gave me the book ALLATRA to read. After reading it, I had a lot of questions, and I didn't know how to answer them. And so it happened that they began to come out, or rather I paid attention to the programs on ALLATRA Czechoslovakia, where there were also programs with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. And there were simple answers. Everything was explained in clear, humane language. I learned what is the real life, who I am, and what is the meaning of my life here on earth. But most importantly, I began to feel this connection to my soul. I'm incredibly grateful for this opportunity, for being patient with us humans, and for the fact that I can be part of humanity and truly become a real being, an integral part of a shared family.
A já moc děkuji všem, kteří se na těch pořadech podílejí.
Thank you so much to everyone involved in making these shows, to all the participants. to all the volunteers. I can't single out any one person because they wouldn't be fair. That wouldn't be fair. I'm happy that I have learned to love myself, to respect my essence, to respect what is precious in me.
Protože tak miluji celý svět, kterého jsem součástí.
That I have learned to love people, because that is how I love the whole world that I am a part of. Thank you so much. I feel enormous gratitude and immense humility.
Огромная благодарность вам, дорогие друзья.
Thank you so much, dear friends, Anastasia, Federico, Stanislav, and Micah.
Даже очень маленькое действие, которое на первый взгляд кажется незначительным,
even little action which seems so not important brings us to great changes. Yes, really. Comments under the video, citations with pictures, or mentioned by chance books of Anastasia Novykh or videos with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. Everything, all this brings to unbelievable chains of good actions, and all these knowledge, they fill people from inside inner kindness and gratitude, and due to them people become part of the great family.
Pozdrav dragi ljudi, ovim putem bi se htjela zahvaliti Igoru Mikhailoviću Danilovu I Anastasiji Novykh na znanju I knjigama.
Hello dear friends, I'd like to give gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and Anastasia Novykh for knowledges and books which they brought us, because these knowledges affected my life, so that my life just was so much improved.
Ljudima počela viđati onu božansku iskru I jednostavno kad gledam na ljude
it triggered the deep feelings that most affected this change, and this change that arose out of those feelings further affected my surroundings, especially the people around me.
Pozdrav prijatelji, sestre I brate.
Hello friends, sisters and brothers. Thank you all for the gift of knowledge. To everyone who pays their attention and shares this knowledge and this love with all of us who have yet to discover it. Thanks also to him who knows everything, who has answers to all questions, who out of compassion and a heart full of love shares his knowledge with them and with us. Thanks to Bodhisattva Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. We are all part of the light that illuminates the new day. We are all an army of Rigdan Japos. We have a saying, eyes are the window of the soul. And look, sisters and brothers, into these eyes, and you will see the way to eternal life. I would also thank her who gave us life, who, like a mother with a full heart of love, gives all her attention to a child. And she is always here for all of us, for each of us, who sings to us and leads us to eternal life. Thanks to them all.
Жанна, здравствуйте, вас слышно сейчас. Вы
Hello,
можете говорить.
Jana. We can hear you, so please go ahead.
Да,
Yes,
да,
you
вас
can hear?
прекрасно слышно.
Can you hear me? Yes, yes, we can. Hello, friends. My name is Jana, and I would like to share how I got acquainted with ALLATRA knowledge with the books by Anastasia Novykh. When the time came, my soul began to look for some right way, which took me more than 1 year in search of something true and innate. Then I began to read some books, go to seminars, go to yoga, and this didn't find a strong response in my soul. And one day, a blue-eyed, glowing man named Roman came and he told us about Anastasia Novykh books. Sensei. At first, I listened to audio versions of the books, and sometimes we even performed spiritual practices. I kind of liked everything, but I didn't understand the true essence. Only when I read all the books, there was such a true thirst for knowing the essence of this source. I began to listen to all broadcasts from Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, regularly do all the practices and spread all this knowledge. The following happened. One ordinary day, I was listening to a program with Ilchin about the arrival of Imam Mahdi, and suddenly in the solar plexus area, there seemed to be a flash of inner light, like a memory, and I recognized him. It's him. There was a meeting with the true one. I had tears in my eyes. I recognized him. It's tears of joy that I found this way, the way home. Thank God. In order to return home, we are given all the keys, but the most important is spiritual work and learning to love God, all our close ones and relatives. Many thanks to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, all the participants of ALLATRA movement, and Anastasia Novykh. And thank you so much and happy holiday, everyone. Indeed, the knowledge is given and we're given the keys. We just need to reach out and start acting. I'd like to thank Ronnie. I remember the phrase of Ronnie that we are all part of light that lights up the day, and how great it is to find the way home, like Shana said. Today we are all expressing our gratitude in different ways. And for example, the next video we have that are doing translations from Japan. They recorded this video we'd like to show, so please let's watch it.
皆さん、こんにちは。天体週間
Hello there, friends. The ALLATRA week is started, and on behalf of the Japanese team, we would like to express Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and the whole world of spirituality our enormous love and gratitude. Thank you for the knowledge which gives real inner freedom. Thank you for the opportunity to change everything and give all people the future. Thank you for the personal example of humanity. Thank you for your support and faith in humanity. Thank you and all active participants for spreading the truth and knowledge around the world. Thank you for the worthy goal of building creative society for the sake of future generations. Thank you for the chance to find life. Thank you for the opportunity to really help all people and for the implementation that the realization that we are one big family. Camille, we didn't hear you.
World, universe, and life, and trying to find answers to them has always been of great interest to me. However, I couldn't find satisfactory answers to such questions like what is the meaning of life, who am I, what is it all for? And the people around me didn't know either, so it didn't help me too much. There seemed to be some answers from, let's say, the religion or science, but none were able to fully answer the questions that I was looking for. So around 1 or 2 years ago, during my ordinary search on the internet, I came across one of the ALLATRA videos with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov's participation. It was a cropped out excerpt about aliens and the Anunnaki, so it made me interested immediately. Later on, my curiosity grew bigger and I researched everything about ALLATRA and its books, and I also started reading them, and suddenly I found the answer to all the questions that I never thought I would. And apart from the scientific answers that I could find in both the books and videos, there was an understanding that thoughts are not mine. I realized that I was living my whole life executing the will of my thoughts. I wasn't free as a human being, although I thought I was. I still struggle with them, but at least I know they're not me, they're not mine, so I can proceed from that point and work on myself. It also helps me with dealing with other people and first of all with myself, so life is lived in a totally different way when you have this knowledge and you apply it in practice. Of course, that's not the end of it. As you keep reading books, watching videos, and working on yourself more, you discover more things. You understand that your time is limited, and then you need to use the power of your attention in the widest possible way. So I think that's the general idea of how I discovered ALLATRA and how it changed my life and how it will continue to be changing my life. Thank you.
It's very inspiring, and I feel the same about ALLATRA and about the meaning of our life.
Да, спасибо большое также и Японии за такое прекрасное.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you to Japanese also for such inspiring video. And we'd like also to pass the word forward.
И огромная благодарность.
And huge thanks to everyone, just to everyone. I want to say to everyone because both in writing the book and in general, in the events of life that led one person to be able to write such a beautiful book, I want to thank everyone. The whole chain of events that took place and gave the world such a beautiful book, and gave the world the inspiration that drives so many years a huge number of people who work tirelessly to make our world a better place. Huge thanks to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov as such a bottomless, inexhaustible source. Wisdom, love, worth, kindness, sincerity, faith, hope. These are all the beautiful words that are only in the vocabulary. This is so little, so few to express all the respect, all the gratitude and love for this person, because through this person, through him we learn a lot, we begin to feel a lot. That is probably the most important thing to note, we begin to feel. I will speak for myself, simply when you live, and then at a certain point, at a certain moment, while watching a program, you begin to feel how something huge begins to emerge inside of you, something that is bigger than you, and you do not understand what's happening. You're in such a great flow of happiness, love, gratitude, and it's all together, and you feel so good, so calm, nothing bothers you, you just are, and you want to be and you want that moment to last forever. I really want to thank Igor Mikhailovich for love, for life, really for everything he does for us with great patience, for what he keeps telling us some moments. A few times I caught myself thinking that sometimes really on the second, third, fourth, maybe 10th time, sometimes you just think like that, like it was all said already and you understood. But still at some moment it somehow clicks and it really comes to you, this information. And thanks to this information you start to feel more. You have an experience, and this experience is not going anywhere. It's always with you, and it helps you so much to live in this world. It helps to help other people and act for the good of society, for building the creative society. It's a great motivation, and so this love, it gives birth to life, and it's priceless. And a very big thank you to all the participants of the ALLATRA movement, and to all that this movement exists, and what we all together are doing for building the creative society. In this world, anything is possible if we unite and if we act to build the same goal. It's really great, and there's tremendous amount of gratitude. I always want to. So, gratitude, and I give the floor to Olechka. Thank you, girls. I subscribe to every word, because books of Anastasia Novykh, ALLATRA movement itself, Igor Mikhailovich, they really give life. Before that, as Katya said, there was just one part of life, and it was really grey and not interesting. In general, it was unclear why we live and the purpose of our life is. But when books came into my life, everything fell into place, everything was transformed. It turned out so interesting that now we have friends all over the world. We take part in a various project, and when you get in touch with a person for the first time, and it feels like you've known this person all your life, and this is some kind of a soulmate. In general, everything is so easy. It's really very cool, great, and I also just express my gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich for his love, for his patience, for the knowledge that you give us. I believe that we can build the creative society, and that love, the faith that Igor Mikhailovich gives us all, it will be realized in the creative society.
Здравствуйте.
Hello.
Меня зовут Марина, я из Молдовы. Я познакомилась.
My name is Polina, and I'm from Moldova, and I met project through my boyfriend. At the beginning of the relationship, he gradually began to tell me about ALLATRA and the creative society, and gradually that he was telling me, the information became closer, and the information began to resonate with me more and more. I began to read books that felt true. The idea that the most important thing in life is to work on yourself, and that absolutely no external factors can affect your inner state, resonated with me. It's all a personal choice, and from this position, it became much easier to solve all the problems. Gradually, I began to go to the office, and I was always feeling myself good in that team, and I was wondering what's the secret of these people that, despite of everything external, they stayed so glad, so like happy. And in some time, I started listening to programs on psychology with Alexander and Diana, and after that I started watch programs with Igor Mikhailovich. Gradually I started doing practices. First that was like just discipline, just like some exercise, but step by step I felt that it was improving, getting better and better. First, when I was doing autogen training, I felt that my legs and arms got heavier, and that was such a great experience. And in some time, I felt that I got the experience of deep feelings, and that was also improving, and that's just wonderful. And I didn't have such, before I didn't have the goal in my life. Just that was just some inspiring moments, but now I have this goal, and that's wonderful. And thank you to everyone.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья! Приветствую вас всех на неделе международной солидарности. И хотелось бы с вами поделиться о моей встрече со знанием «АЛЛАТРА». Это очень яркое событие и важное в моей жизни. И это изменило отношение к жизни. После намаза у меня такое стремление появилось, чтобы искать информацию об имаме Махди.
I wanted to find information about Imam Mahdi.
Много я статей почитала.
I read a lot of articles and videos.
И мне встретилась передача.
And I watched a program about Imam Mahdi with Igor Mikhailovich, and there were fragments from the very first programs. At first, my consciousness rejected this. Imam Mahdi could not be of Slavic descent. But I felt that it was true, and this motivated me to watch all these programs in full from the very first program on ALLATRA TV. When watching these programs, every word of Igor Mikhailovich penetrated directly into my soul, found an echo, resonated in my soul. I watched these programs several times. Then I listened to all the books, the audiobooks by Anastasia Novykh. I just did not want them to end. After the program live, I learned to feel the very beautiful, wonderful that is inside each one of us. I remembered that this feeling is familiar to me. It's something from my childhood. These moments of happiness felt throughout my life, but then I did not know the nature of these feelings. At that time, there was no knowledge how to hold on to this happiness. But now, thanks to knowledge that Igor Mikhailovich gives us and the support that we feel in each program, life has become more beautiful. Life has become easier. I am grateful to God that this knowledge came into my life. Thank you for everything, for the knowledge, Igor Mikhailovich. Thank you.
Здравствуйте, меня зовут.
Hello, my name is Nadira. I am from Uzbekistan. My spiritual path and spiritual search began at the age of 14. As now I remember all those questions that arose inside of me. Who am I? Why am I here? What is the meaning of life of a person? Some of them I found the answers to, and some I did not. I spent many years searching for the answers to these questions. And I remember one day in 2015, I sat down and I asked God to show me the path, make me worthy of entering the heaven and be with you. Show me the true and sincere way, and please hold my way in my hand and not lose my way. And in 2015, I sat down at someone else's computer to work, and I was watching some file, and there was a pop-up window that read ALLATRA, the book that changes life. And something caught my attention in the word ALLATRA. It was as my genetic memory responded to it. I moved to my computer and typed and Googled the word ALLATRA. The book came up, I downloaded it and started reading. I also read all of the other books, and then I was reading and felt like I was drinking and still was thirsty. I read all the books in a short time, and this was something that I was looking for my whole life. I found answers to all my questions. When I watched the program live with Igor Mikhailovich, where he just shines with love, and that light resonated inside my soul, and I understood that this is the truth, and Igor Mikhailovich is the truth, and ALLATRA, the book and the movement, is the light that I was searching for my whole life. And from that time, I became a member of the ALLATRA movement and the Creative Society movement, and I'm working on myself consciously. There are successes and some mistakes, but I try to take a lesson and gain experience. I share my knowledge with everyone who hears and listens to me. The main thing for me is to put the seed of knowledge into the soul of a person, and then it will sprout. I believe in this. A man will ask questions and look for answers. He will be searching, and just like I did many years ago. And I believe that this is the main thing. He who searches will find. The very path is the most important, not the goal. I thank God for opening my eyes and heart to see and accept the truth. I thank Igor Mikhailovich and the spiritual world and the movement ALLATRA, and I love you all so much. Thank you so much.
Спасибо, дорогие друзья, за ваши искренние, вдохновляющие отзывы, которые позволяют почувствовать, что...
Thank you, friends, for your sincere feedbacks, which allow to feel that knowledge brought from books by Anastasia Novykh, they, as rays of sun, touch hearts of people all over the world and open the true power of love, happiness and joy and love. And the video live with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov became for me the true source of life and love.
Нет ничего невозможного для жаждущей души.
Nothing is impossible for a thirsty soul. Anastasia Novykh.
Хочу поблагодарить вас.
From the bottom of my heart, I want to express my gratitude to you, Igor Mikhailovich, for the fact that you are still with us, for the fact that there is this faith in people, faith in us, faith in yourself. I want to tell you that these words are very deep, because everything that comes from the soul, from the spiritual world, fills the world with light, and everything becomes possible. Nothing is impossible for the thirsty soul. This is certainly true. And we observe how many people around the world begin to feel it more and more, realize it well, and manifest it somehow in the external world. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for that love, for that care, and for that kindness, warmth, and love which always surrounds us May God make us see all that, and may we be worthy of that love. Once again, a tremendous, sincere thank you.
Благодарю, Сильвия.
Thank you, Sylvia. We pass the floor to Valentina. Please, Valentina.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья.
Hello, dear friends. I want to share my story, how I got acquainted with the knowledge. It happened so that my mother died and my world became empty and meaningless. And that was the most difficult time in my life. I couldn't find place, and the questions appeared that how it could be that one moment we will, like the same, will come away. Is it so that we are living, creating, just for one moment our relatives remember about us, who we are? And I asked these questions and I decided that I should find the decision and understand what's happening with the person after life. And I started reading literature, going to church, but I didn't feel relief. And once upon a time in January 2019, I was showed the book ALLATRA. I remember this name, I heard it already, and I was attracted. And I decided to read it. And after reading first rows of this book, the crying of the angel, or suffering of of a person with angel inside of soul, I understood that this is what I need at that moment. And further, I read the book for several days, and all the depression just came away, and I just started feeling such sincere gratitude inside. And after that, I found all the books by Anastasia Novykh. On one breath, for several months, I read all the books, and there was such feeling that, like, that's like association with the desert. You come through the desert, and you feel such thirst. You want to drink, and you find the water, and you you drink and drink. And after that, I come across the videos with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and started doing practices described in the books by Anastasia Novykh, and the world around me just changed. I understood that these are those knowledge I was looking for the whole my life. That was a great feeling of life, fulfillment and happiness, and everything inside of me was just penetrating. There was a deep feeling of love and gratitude to Anastasia Novykh for the broad knowledge, and the same gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov for broad knowledge, for his just tremendous, deepest love to us people. And these feelings, they were just flowing, endless flow. And I also want to thank you, all the ALLATRA movement, for actions, for participating in all processes of our society. And I also want to express gratitude to the spiritual world for that great chance to become their part, for that huge love to us. so much.
Безмерная любовь и счастье океана.
Endless love and the ocean of happiness, jubilant joy and overflowing tenderness. I cannot describe in words, nor can I describe the moment when you love, where there's paradise inside. Thank you, God, for the light that you have lit in our hearts, for that knowledge you have given, and the way in the darkness you have shown. Dear Igor Mikhailovich, from the bottom of our hearts, we thank you for your endless kindness, love, and care. And especially, thank you for the knowledge which you, as a caring parent, gave us. It is thanks to them that we began to understand not only ourselves, but also other people around us. Thanks to this knowledge, we began to build bridges, but most importantly, we began to love and rejoice. And all we can do in return is carry the light of this truth further to others.
Огромная благодарность за ваши теплые слова. Когда сердце переполнено любовью, то...
Thank you so much for your kind words. When the heart is overflowing with joy, it becomes poems. It exactly becomes possible when we are going through the life, and it's our goal. So let's give the light together and only go forward.
Якуб, мы передаем вам слово.
Jakub, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Всем привет. Hello everyone. My name is Jakub. I'm from Uzbekistan. I got acquainted with the knowledge about 6-7 years ago. The book which was what I found, it was the book ALLATRA. And the first time I have read it, not completely, for me it was not absolutely clear, but it was so such a feeling, such an understanding that I really need to read it. And then I know that there are other books on that, and I have decided to find them and read. I started from this book Sensei, and when I started reading it, I have a feeling that this really everything what described in this book is truth. And I started with this series of books, Sensei, Primordial of Shambhala, and then I understand that after these books I don't need any other books. It's really everything inside it. And thank you very much, Igor Mikhailovich, for everything. Thanks you to all friends. I'd like to
Дорогой Игорь Михайлович, спасибо вам за знания. Спасибо, что...
Dear Igor Mikhailovich, thank you for knowledge.
За то, что вы даете нам жизнь. Спасибо вам огромное.
Thank you for believing in us, and thank you for having us. For the fact that you give us life, thank you very much for your faith in us, in people, in humanity. Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, for what you bring to people, for everything beautiful and everything spiritual, so that everything was beautiful. Greatest gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich for what we are becoming in this circle of life. Our dear, beloved Igor Mikhailovich, a huge thank you for love, for help, for your support. Thank you for all that you do. You help us a lot. And we are grateful from the soul. Thank you. Dear Igor Mikhailovich, thank you very much for showing us the right path, for love, for infinite faith, and for meeting yourself, for patience, for learning love and gratitude, for the knowledge that you share with us, for help and for caring about us, for the light that you illuminate this path for us.
За доброе отношение, любовь к каждому, за обучение по утрам, вечерам.
A huge thank you for knowledge that you share with us. I feel endless gratitude, love. Thank you very much for what you do for us, for that great work, for what you give. Through you we can feel the spiritual world, for the world of God, the world of... For strengthening us on the way, finding Christ, the Virgin Mary, and the great love within. I love you. Thank you very much for all that you do for us. We love you very much. Thank you for your knowledge. Thank you for love, for support, for ALLATRA. Dear, respected, beloved Igor Mikhailovich, we sincerely grow, we move, and with each step we become more and more confident in our way. Thank you for the opportunity to grow up, to be alive, for the opportunity to return home. Thank you so much for your support, your love, for always being there for us, for your care, for your faith in us as human beings and as humanity. Thank you for the fact that for so many years, and not only for years, you do everything for us to wake up, and thank God we wake up. Dear Igor Mikhailovich, I sincerely thank you for knowledge. I want to make you happy. I believe that we will build the creative society, so it will be. Let all succeed and all will be well. Thank you so much for your love, support. We love you very much.
Спасибо большое. Да, участники движения «АЛЛАТРА» всегда остаются такими лучезарными.
Yes, indeed, thank you. Participants of ALLATRA always rest so happy. How they...
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья! Наступила неделя солидарности, и мы хотим выразить Игорю Михайловичу Данилову и всему духовному миру любовь и благодарность.
This week of solidarity, we want to express huge gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich for this primordial knowledge which gives freedom. Knowledge that human being is not just a biomachine, but a spiritual being. The knowledge of the limitless possibilities of human and discovered the inner spiritual potential for your boundless love, support and faith in humanity. For the unique chance to change the vector of society's development from consumer to creative one, for kindness, patience, and personal example of humanity. We learn to understand the depth and wisdom of the great love and the spiritual world. Thank you for the joy and happiness for which every moment is filled. And already now, life of each of us changes completely. Those who came into contact with knowledge will learn to love each other, learn to understand and respect each other. Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich. Thank all the active participants of ALLATRA movement for the revival of the truth, for the great, noblest goal, the building of the creative society on the planet Earth. Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, for making friends all over the world, for the opportunity to do something to the good of people all over the planet, the feeling of unity, understand that we are all one big family.
Здравствуйте.
Hello.
Дорогие друзья, меня зовут Камелия.
Я из Болгарии.
And I'm from Bulgaria.
С ALLATRA я познакомилась 8 месяцев назад.
I knew about ALLATRA several months ago. I watched videos, and there was a video with Igor Mikhailovich, and I was impressed when he said that doesn't matter which religion you follow, the matter is to love each other. And then I joined and I wrote to ALLATRA that I want to help. And I started to watch each video with Igor Mikhailovich. And then when I mailed to ALLATRA, Bulgarian team called me, and together they started helping me. They helped me a lot to learn more about creative society, about ALLATRA, because that was so new for me. I have never knew about it and never think that it can exist. And I was so happy that I found it. And now I want to express gratitude to my team, to all the participants of ALLATRA who work for this. And I want to say that then they sent me books and I started reading books. And when I started reading them, something just turned up and down in my life. I became so light, so happy, like a bird. Just my life changed so much. It was already the different life. And then I said that this is for me. And I'm so happy. And I thank you, God. I thank you, Igor Mikhailovich. And I thank you that you are. Thank you so much. I love you. With ALLATRA. Oh, friends, I love you.
Как природа пробуждается ото сна, так и в душах людей
How the nature wakes up from the dreaming, then the souls of people wake up when encounter primordial knowledge, friendliness, charity, kindness, creation, love, mutual understanding, happiness. Thank you very much for this chance for each of us, for all people, for the huge flow of knowledge and love, which is impossible not to feel.
Всем здравствуйте, меня зовут Дмитрий. С ALLATRA я познакомился в прошлом году.
Greetings everyone, my name is Dmitry. I get to know about ALLATRA thanks to my friend. Last year there was a conference, Global Crisis, this concerns everyone, and information presented there was really impressive to me. The conference lasted for about 11 hours, but I watched it till the end. Probably there was an understanding like you read an interesting book, and huge gratitude for everyone who organized the conference, because this is valuable information. There were fragments from the videos with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, and let's say they really interesting for me. I started to watch full video and it impressed me so much. He was telling it by such a simple words, and it was immediately clear that this person knows exactly what he's talking about. There was also mentioned book ALLATRA, and I got really interested about this, and I started to read one book, then later on another book. There was like an informational marathon. It happened so quickly, and the most important that it's so simple, understandable information that was amazed me. There was also described meditations and spiritual practice. I also started my meditative experience, and that's what I like the most. And to participate, be in the positive mood, and I started to be in general. There was such fullness and lightness, and thanks to the knowledge gives by Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, it changes your mindset. It's so important because mindset and attitude changes, attitude to life situations, and your reactions are somehow different. Huge gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov for giving such unique knowledge. Huge gratitude to people who shoot videos with his participation and promote books by Anastasia Novykh. This is huge job.
Yes, that's so valuable when you feel support from your relatives and close ones. We pass the floor further.
Знания, изложенные в книгах Анастасии Новых, дают нам возможность разобраться во многих вопросах разных сфер нашей жизни.
The knowledge presented in the books by Anastasia Novykh gives us the opportunity to understand many issues in different areas of our life. How great it is that we have a boundless source of knowledge, ALLATRA, which gives us the understanding that ALLATRA is the love of God. This is our life, this is our home. How great that we all understand that we are now united, because in each of us lives inside a part of God, and so that means that we are all one. Thank you so much, Igor Mikhailovich, Tatiana, Zhanna, for your endless love, patience and care. Of course, a huge thank you to the world, spiritual world, for love, to you, Igor Mikhailovich, to you, Tatiana, Zhanna, that we have the opportunity to be always in touch with this endless love, which comes from you. It is a great happiness when you start deeping into love to understand such amazing things. When you actually become one with all the people, it's a great happiness, a great love, a huge gift. A huge thank you to the spiritual world, to Igor Mikhailovich, to the girls, to boys for helping us, supporting us, for the love, for the programs in which more and more is revealed. From different sides, the knowledge are opened, that we received in knowledges that we received in books by Anastasia Novykh. A huge thank you to you, Igor Mikhailovich, Zhannочка, Tatiana. Thank you very much for being with us on this difficult path for us. Thank you for helping us to become true human beings, for teaching us friendship, honesty, sincereness, unselfishness, for helping us to learn to live, to be truly happy. Really, such gratitude, such love to the spiritual world. Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, Zhanna, Tatiana, and many, 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 many. I love you. From my motherly heart, I thank you. We want to pass a big thank you to Igor Mikhailovich and the girls, Tatiana and Zhanna. We love you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Josif from Slovakia, from Croatia. In searching for the feeling I carried within me when I was a child, I discovered many clues that led me to the new experiences, new countries, cultures, traditions. I saw wealth, poverty, infirmity, witnessed death, bandaged body wounds, cried and laughed. Growing up as human being, helping others while hurting myself and my loved ones. I moved on, but there was still something missing, something I couldn't understand. Something kept pushing me back to my childhood, to the little person who loves without asking questions or asking for anything in return. The little boy who gives everything he has and is happy because of it. Giving and asking nothing in return is what it meant. This boy changed when the other kids started bullying him because being good was undesirable. I didn't understand. I thought they were right, but I knew they weren't. Nevertheless, I adapted, hiding the good and carrying a sense of justice deep buried within me, so that it wouldn't be accidentally discovered by anyone in the outside world. I began to make masks never and better every day. I wore them like a politician in a suit, and when he is alone, he takes off his suit and goes under the shower, naked and alone, embarrassed, ruined and empty inside, like the trench of some defeated army. I wanted and I was given to me, I loved and I was reciprocated. I hated and it was my fate. Indeed, something was missing, and there it was. Then it happened. 2 years ago, my assistant Tanya sent me an ALLATRA book in PDF format and said, "Please read it. It's wonderful." My consciousness rebelled, and a single father, a truck driver, a dog, a house, and a million other barriers between me and the ALLATRA book. I quickly forgot about the book and returned to the madness of life wandered during the path of the dead in search of life. A couple of months later, Tanya asked me if I had read the book. I was in a cold sweat and wanted to lie, but I covered up the truth. I hadn't read the book. My conscience made the argument, "I'm a driver, I don't have time," while hoping my annoying sister would leave me alone. After a while, I was driving the night shift and on a lonely highway, immersed in heavy human thoughts when text from Tanya arrived. It was a link from the YouTube channel. The modern technology of the new trucks allowed me to sit comfortably listening to my sister's voice that began the story. The scream of the angel dressed in clothes, or suffering of a man with an angel instead of a soul. Something in me shifted. The dark world disappeared. The night shone with 1,000 stars, and it was as if I had entered the beam of light through which Tanya's voice guided me and spoke. Only the soul has true home, and the soul, which is eternal, gave birth to that sense of home that man has been searching for all his life. And with a sign the voice said, "Rigden Japo." And I felt that I was not alone, and I felt the skin of the beast clutching me all my life and not letting me breathe. I felt myself cheated and abandoned. I absorbed knowledge at night, listening the same sentence 5 times over, feeling along with the voice that guided me through this journey, crying and laughing alone with my sister's voice, experiencing the same feelings as she did when she voiced 654 pages of pure knowledge. I didn't understand ALLATRA. I'm just a man of limited intelligence, but I felt her deeply, because she passed through the filter of the soul and stayed there forever. The feel of love, to give love to live love, to live love, and watch as you change from moment to moment, and as the whole world around you and within you changes, to know the truth through the deep knowledge of Sensei, to see the world through its osmos, to defeat the enemy on all battlefields, despite his vile efforts through the book Consciousness and Personality, with open mouth try to comprehend the world through the true physics, and see one becomes an angel through birds and stone, see simplicity and truth in every word of Igor Mikhailovich and feel eternity, to stop wanting and start living, to know each person personally and find him in yourself, in your own heart, to give and not ask for anything in return, to finally know that God is in me and I am in him, and to understand the true meaning of the words of our prophets, to feel the love of Isa woven into ourselves, to love God, to be with Him, and to return home. What I was looking for, I found. And all I have to do is stay on the right path, because only the path leads home to my Father. It's simple, as Igor Mikhailovich Danilov says. Thank you very much. I wish you a great holiday.
Спасибо огромное, Йосип, за такой откровенный рассказ о том,
Thank you so much, Joseph, for such open story, how you changed inside. When we share such experience, we enrich each other with such important understanding for the spiritual freedom. Thank you. Today, teams share their inspiring words of gratitude which cannot rest you indifferent. This is so valuable that due to this inner work on oneself, these knowledges are brought to the whole world. And I'm sure that words of these people are resonating inside in all people who are watching this video. And
We ourselves open the door of heaven, and we ourselves open the door of hell. This right is granted to us by the Lord God Himself. So the main thing is to remember that. If you start feeling miserable and bad, or if everything is grievous, then look, which door is open in you? Just close it, open the other one, and leave, and be happy. Isn't that right?
It is.
Yes, you and I have actually touched upon the stratum of ordinary human life, which we can talk about endlessly. But the main and the simplest thing is to simply love God, to love and respect each other. Then everything becomes simple, clear and understandable. When we are really devoted to the Lord God, when we really love Him, nothing prevents us from living. Do you know what else I will tell you? When a person is really in spiritual practice, or indeed in a higher state, a prayerful state, where he feels God, then all these people are equal. They have no religions, and they have no contradictions. Why? Because they don't have service to Satan. They are free from Satan, and they are united in God. They are united in love for God. That's how we are supposed to live. Then everything falls away, all questions disappear, and everything becomes empty, clear, and simple. It is very simple to live. We should just love, respect each other, and help one another. Love and respect the souls of all people. And the main thing is to sincerely and truly love God.
Открыв однажды двери рая, ты забываешь
Once
навсегда
opening doors
в
of
этом чувстве
paradise,
пребывая, воспеваешь
always
лишь ее вновь.
Вот
for,
что делает с людьми, это
for
невероятная
always.
любовь, которой наполнены все передачи с участием Игоря Михайловича Данилова. И строки
All videos with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov are filled with love. And dear friends, this is truly so simple. Just love each other, respect each other, and help each other. Sincerely love God. We give the floor further to friends from Azerbaijan.
Здравствуйте, мы из Азербайджана, меня зовут Севинч. Я искала смысл жизни и читала разные книги.
I was looking for meaning of life. I read different books and listened to lectures. When I read a new book, I think I found the meaning of life. And then a little bit of time goes by and you realize that it was just empty. And then the search began all over again. Then that went on for 3 years. Somehow, while searching for a new lecture in psychology, I came across a video Who Am I? On the Amazing Facts channel. Facts was there and conclusions coincided with my ideas and understanding at that time. Thus began my acquaintance with the knowledge of ALLATRA.
Так начался, собственно говоря, и знакомство с знаниями ALLATRA.
And I got such an experience that until I started working on myself, nothing has changed in my life. Because at first it seems to be difficult. And if you begin to examine all the steps from the beginning to the end, as it was explained, for example, in the show with Igor Mikhailovich, freedom from the dictatorship of the beast inside you, then you begin to understand that life becomes easier. And you just don't wind yourself up with various speculations, and just if there are questions or problems, you go and solve them. Relationships in a family with loved ones, with people become better. Relationships with people to people change fundamentally. If I used to help people because I'm a good girl, now it becomes a natural need. Relationships have improved in the family because you realize that it's much more important to be happy in every moment than to satisfy your delusions or grandeur. Yes. I was introduced to the knowledge of ALLATRA by my daughter. She was just reading a book at the time and kept coming over and telling me. Then we started watching videos on ALLATRA TV. Gradually, you could say, I also began to get to know and understand what she was telling.
Можно сказать, что я тоже стала знакомиться и
So I began to get to know what is she talking about. After a while, I also read the book ALLATRA.
С прочтения книги приходит новое понимание жизни, особенно прожитой жизни. В этой книге изложены истинные знания о двойственной природе человека, о душе, о смысле жизни человека. И эту книгу, когда читаешь, ее хочется читать бесконечно, потому что приходят такие ценные понимания, знания.
common, all sorts of problems that are just meaningless.
Обращаешь внимание, а все без смысла. Вот такие понимания.
So these are my understandings. Thank you very much. Thank you, friends.
А сейчас мы передаем слово.
And now we pass the floor to guys from Great Britain who also want to share their sincere gratitude.
Дорогие друзья, хотелось бы выразить огромнейшую благодарность духовному миру за любовь, знания, поддержку и, в частности, Игорю
Dear
Михайловичу.
friends, huge gratitude to everyone for the support and love, and first of all, huge gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. Dear Igor Mikhailovich, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you for revealing to us the true purpose, true meaning of human existence here on earth. You help us to reach this goal on a wide and straight road. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Huge thanks to you, Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, for the fact that we have this chance, a chance to build a new world despite everything. It's a great honor to live at this time when you are with us in this world. Thank you so much. Dear Tatiana and Jana, thank you very much, girls, for your interesting questions, for the interesting those questions in which we find answers to our deepest questions. Thank you for the answers. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I want to express my deep gratitude for all the ALLATRA participants, for everyone who tells the truth and say it from the huge love. Jana, Andrei, Tatiana, Alexandra, Diana, but huge gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich. For every second of love that goes to each person, I want to express my love and gratitude to the spiritual world,
Anastasia Novykh, которые пришли в мою жизнь за знанием. Низкий
to
поклон
the books by Anastasia Novykh that came into my life.
Михайловичу Данилову.
Huge gratitude to Igor Mikhailovich. Thanks to the videos with Igor Mikhailovich, I encountered with love, with deep feelings, and it cannot be described. I'm really grateful to guys from TeamSpeak and Discord, to Andrei Mikhalchuk for the support
За то направление
and
на
direction
духовном пути,
on the spiritual path.
которое они оказывают нам. Низкий вам поклон, ребята.
For how they help us. Huge thanks,
Игорь Михайлович.
Igor Mikhailovich, guys, just everyone. Huge thank you for support, for love, for the understanding, for the fact that you exist. Thank you very much.
Pozdrav, moje ime je Tanja I dolazim iz Hrvatske.
Hello, my name is Tanya. I come from Croatia. 2 years ago, I was given the task of proofreading the book ALLATRA, which was translated from Russian into English and then translated from English to Croatian by Gordon, Davor, Dražen, and Neven. I had never done that before. I read books, collected them, stuck them on the shelves, dusted them, copied the best parts, and pasted them on the walls, underlined favorite quotes, and memorized them. Gave books to loved ones for birthdays, borrowed, copied, loved, adored. But the first sentence I realized that it will not be a job, and whatever I'll call it, I knew it was a process working on oneself. changed because reading the book I started changing outside, inside, and in the middle and up and down. Enormous knowledge that I gained and built into every particle of myself, a deep understanding of who am I, where I came from and where I'm going, the true sense of another reality, the true reality behind this show we experience every day. It has changed me forever and still changes and shapes me, because this is a path to God. I saw tears of joy from the ineffable feeling of closeness when I first did the pyramid meditation, because I can't express it just in any other way. I touched my soul, the eternal, the alive. I cried when I realized that there is reality, a spiritual world, and it's just not the imagination of one skinny girl and all the boys and girls of this world. I also cried when I realized that the most of people around me are really dead, and that no one but themselves can help them come to life, to live. I began to stop the incessant dialogues inside of my head before sleep, the long conversations I had with people I had met once or will meet in the future. I feel instead. I understand that images and thoughts are something that comes from outside, a tool that I can use whenever I want, but they are not me. I removed the stickers that I stuck to myself during my life, thinking that they're mine. But it's not this, because I am infinity that stretches beyond the horizon. I am spirit, I am personality, and there is a particle of God in me. My physical body will disappear once, but I will live, because I made a decision. I realized that life passes in an instant, and how little time we have to change, to learn, and become part of the spiritual world. Life is a gift, a priceless gift from God. And we are eternal beings, but we must choose whenever to be eternally alive or dead. The truth is always one, and it lies within me. I always knew that, and that's why I can't say, and I saw ALLATRA for the first time, although with my eyes I really did. But it was more a feeling of recognition, recognizing something that you know from somewhere, that you always knew and felt in myself. But I couldn't express it, but I know now. The world I dove into, jumping into the depths of ALLATRA, it's immeasurable, indescribable. It's alive, and finally I am in it, alive. For the first time I have an answer to any question that arises in my mind. It's indescribable beauty. Is the beauty that fills the soul at the moment you choose it. I love and I'm loved. How could I ever think that I was alone on the path? I'm immensely grateful to Rigden and Anastasia for writing down his word. Gratitude from the bottom of my heart.
Каждый из нас задавался вопросами.
Every one of us has wondered where to find true love.
Что человек ищет
What
всю
is
жизнь?
human looking for all his life? Who is God? Where to find him? Why is everything so unfair?
В чем правда?
What is the truth?
Настоящая.
Who is real me?
Почему все так сложно?
Why everything is so complicated, so hard?
Почему жизнь человека происходит по одним и тем же
Why human life follows the same scripts and patterns? What is this life given for? What is the meaning of this life? What is the purpose of this world? Why do we constantly complicate things? Why can't we just be happy? It is so easy to love. Why are we so different? What do I keep missing? Knowledge comes to a human at an important stage of his life, even if he don't realize it, but it reveals to him when he begins to transform himself spiritually and becomes worthy to receive it. I'm with a friend. We were talking about spiritual topics. She was promised to give a super book for 3 days, and she gives me one from them, and the name was The Birds on a Stone. A friend recommended to me, just told that there was a cool book. Classmate told me about the books by Anastasia Novykh in university days. Knowledge came into my life first through the Sensei series of books. Books by Anastasia Novykh were recommended to me by friends, and they did it more than once. It came to me from the third time that I should read it. When I went to repair my chain to the master, the conversation began, and he already recommended me to read these books, and I already went to download and start reading and getting acquainted with the knowledge. The acquaintance of mine suggested me to read Sensei. All knowledge came to me thanks to my boyfriend. In 2010, when I was interested in medicine, the girlfriend gave me the book Sensei. My friends got the book Sensei by Anastasia Novykh, and my friends, was very interesting. Literally in a few days, we read whole series of books. 7 years ago, my husband gave it to me. My sister called me and told me about this incredible book. With such enthusiasm, she told me that she just captivated me on phone. When you come into contact with pure knowledge, it ignites, and it's impossible not to share this fire. We are all different, but we are united by true love. ALLATRA unites.
Seeing inspired friends who recommended them as if they were something, not an ordinary book of any kind. The 7 books I had and the time I read in a week. Is it when you have the thirst and you want water and drink and store the books? All the information in the books resonated very strongly. I made a decision to at least figure it out for myself and start studying it. I was interested in who I am, what I live for. It was interesting how everything around us is arranged, how there's impact. And when I read, I understood that what is written in these books is the truth. And this truth, I was going towards it. I internally understood that this is how the world should be, how people should live, how society should live, and this is the truth, which is the basis of all foundations. I've already read ALLATRA, and of course it's a revolution in my life. It's so much knowledge that is concentrated in this book. You understand as if you had your eyes closed and then you get your eyes open. First of all, you realize that thoughts are not yours, and you understand the voice in your head is not yours. It has no right to dictate you, and you can simply give it up. Information about consciousness, the dual nature of man. You understand the nature of all the situations that happen to you. You understand how to act and remain human. It's easy to read information of any kind. You read any information, either you're looking for seeds or you're looking at how the system works. And of course, practice is like a treasure. Everything is limited, everything has limit, and spiritual development and inner self-improvement is limitless. This understanding that we have a choice and we can make a choice, move towards the goal, that's the most valuable thing. all that gives a reference point for how to go through life and to go through it as a real human. Books, they open your eyes to the fact that happiness and meaning of life is not material goods, no matter how many of them you have. The greatest goal is to become one with God, with love. It is joyful and cheerful to walk through life because indeed life has a completely different perception, and you know it will be even better. Life has somehow become easier, clearer, more free, because it's just a decision to be happy, to be with God. First of all, I would like to thank Igor Mikhailovich for the chance, for patience, and for his great love. And feeling this love for people, first of all, it inspires, and it is an example that you want to follow and emulate. But the fact that this knowledge is given to each of us, it is necessary to care of the knowledge and keep the purity of it. I would like to say thank you to all the participants, to all people, because we are one family. We all have soul. We have God. We all have these feelings. We are connected with each other. And what everyone is doing, every person, it leads us to the one goal. Grateful that there is this sense of unity, and it's awesome. Thank you. When we bring something good to this world, then we really grow as personalities. Everyone is a tremendous support and tremendous inspiration. Thank you for the knowledge that has come to my life. This is a chance for all of humanity. Thank you very much.
Спасибо. Спасибо.
Дякую. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Друзья, спасибо. Впереди нас
Friends, thank you. We also have 6 next days of the Solidarity Week where we will share experience, news, and thoughts. And we would like to announce the next topics that we will have. On the 26th, we will find out about the news on the Creative Society project. The next day, we will talk about the forum, upcoming forum. The 28th, we will talk about the climate, time for the truth, consolidation of humanity. On the 1st of March, we will show the concert where the ALLATRA participants will share their experience.
3 марта. Тема эфира «Как стать героем».
On the 3rd of March, we will talk about personal experience on the broadcast, and let's share these broadcasts and spread the knowledge about this. Friends, we are living in unique times. It's the time of global choice of each human and humanity. It's time for renewal of the knowledge, and they help us become the part of a limitless ocean of one spiritual family. Today's stories, the warm words of each participant, and all the gratitude and life in your words are as a melody of unity. We choose in each moment to be with the spiritual world, to go beyond the years and act actively and spread the knowledge and bring the truth to people. You're the real heroes, the heroes of humanity. We are following the path to freedom. Our steps each day is stronger. Thank you for being together. Thank you to Igor Mikhailovich for love and support and the feeling of unity. Thank you so much for this incredible holiday that we feel these days. Friends, let's go further together. Don't have any doubts. And as Igor Mikhailovich says in each program, let's love each other.
It all depends on our choice, right?
We should hurry to do good.
Right. And it's already pleasing, joyful, and inspiring that there are many people, and more of them appear every day, that this format of selfishness and consumption is collapsing. The format of these lies which were imposed on everyone's mind. Now it becomes more pleasing to look at the world when more and more truth is being voiced, when more and more people become free, truly free, instead of being somewhere in some kind of illusion. This is spectacular.
Because they feel what the true life is and they value it in themselves and in other people.
That's the most wonderful point. You know, friends, today we were going to talk about many things and discuss various issues. But it seems to me that the most important and valuable thing is what Tatiana has just said. It is life, happiness, and joy. When you feel that, in my view, this is the most important. What can be more important than life? You know, I will even put it this way. Even if this world is destroyed, yes, it is really sorrowful. But if you, my friend, gain life right now, you don't have to be afraid of the future either. Isn't that wonderful? A simple question, to gain life, to ignite this flame inside yourself. And if you also share this flame and ignite it in other people, they will also remain alive, despite the fact that they will lose their bodies and this illusory world will vanish. It doesn't matter if it exists or not, it is temporary. It will vanish anyway. That's inevitable. Sooner or later, everything that is material is temporary. So, when we have a chance to gain what is eternal, we mustn't miss it. This concerns everyone. We mustn't miss life. Moreover, it is very easy to gain it. One should just stop serving Satan. And this is really so. To gain love, happiness, and to start living as a human, a free human, a happy human. And, excuse me, no external factors can influence either happiness or life, real life, regardless of whether your body is sick or healthy. That has no influence. That's a different thing. A body is mortal anyway. Any person's body is mortal. Any matter wears out and ceases to exist sooner or later. Whereas life is eternal. In every person, there is something that is impossible to wear out. It is our soul. It is eternal. And we as personalities can merge with eternity and gain life. But for that, we should take a little step, merely to begin to love. My friends, I suggest that on this positive and cheerful note, we finish our meeting today. You know, it actually feels somehow nice inside when something good is emerging. Let's give rise to this good and nice inside each of us. Let's grow as much love as possible in ourselves and share it with each other. Let's begin with a simple thing. Let's love each other. Thank you, friends, for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The ocean sounds so as to remind its droplets that they are constituents of a single whole.
So, friends, let's be a single whole. Thank you.